Well, I'm digging up the video. There we go. Alright, just making sure that's right. There we go. Okay. Getting some more.
Nice. That's good. Perfect. All right, everybody, we're here. We're here, everybody. Felix, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm very excited. I literally was on the other side of the country the last time we did this.
Yeah, no,
I just realized.
We're let me share my screen to you. Yeah, no, I was so looking forward to getting back into this with you. That was such a fun time last time. It truly was. Let me unpause the game.
Let
me unpause.
I played so much like Kiwami and Judgment replays in between those, and it's so funny to like watch this stream, the one Yakuza 1 non-Kiwami that we did, and just like any playthrough of the version of Yakuza people in America and everywhere got because it's so. I mean, putting it next to like Lost Judgment that tries to reconcile like all modern technology, everything with the gameplay,
Yeah.
and then like this is so jarring. And this game was cool. Like when it came out, it still is. It's like an incredibly ambitious idea, and you know, I'm obviously not the first person to say this. That it's like first attempt at like refining the Shenmue idea, but also the greatest dub in human history.
Dude, everyone's here. They have Bender the funny robot. We gotta get some. We gotta just get some of these scenes in here. I got up to 4. I got up to 4 recently. We'll talk about up to 4. I got up to Kiryu's part. There's
4 is really cool. It's like people always say that like 4 and 5 especially are like a little too bloated and ambitious, but I don't know. I think it's cool.
My mic is fucked. I'll fix it. Hold on. I know exactly what goes wrong with my mic. There's 2 microphones that we have running. One that Rocky exclusively uses, and one that's set to my microphone. Thank you, Beep Moo. No, don't worry. We gotta. You know what? I might just. We're gonna run one mic. We're gonna run one mic. How's this? We're gonna keep the Elgato mic in setting is gone. It's gone forever now. We're never gonna have that issue again. Let me just get this full screen. Perfect. Do you see it, Felix?
Oh wait, on my hold on. Wait. Shit. Let me go full screen on Discord. There we go. Sorry, I didn't see it. Perfect.
We have only 4 saves on this. We're in chapter 4.
Oh wait. Are you loading right now?
Yeah, I'm loading into chapter 4.
Oh, okay. I don't see anything right now, but I'm sure.
Let me see what's going on. If you. How's that?
There we go. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
All right, here we go. We beat Shimano, right? Just now. To become Detroit, he has become human.
It's so. I love how like vending machine shaped Kiryu is in this.
Get in.
Like, look at him.
I know, he's so square.
He has a rectangular waist. He has a 42-inch rectangular waist.
Damn it. Oh, now I remember what we had to fucking do. We had to find that stupid badge in order to get in. I remember that stupid
Oh
mission.
my god, yeah. Oh my god, that thing is so annoying, even on Kiwami.
Can you imagine seeing this on your like local news? You turn on Fox, you turn on Tucker Carlson, he's like, an Asian man is fighting everyone in a funeral. What is going on? Did he come over from H-1B visas?
If there was a news story about a guy who beat up 20 people, oh my god, I would try to get him on the show. No shot. I mean, he's already going on Sean Ryan, but you know.
You know what? I saw this Godzilla movie where they had Don Fry speak perfect English, and he was dressed up in a military uniform the entire movie. Someone in chat could help back me up, but he would speak English, and everyone somehow understood him. The entire movie, Godzilla Final Wars.
Wait, Don Fry? Don Fry's American.
Yes, he was in a Godzilla movie.
Oh, it was a Japanese Godzilla movie. I'm stupid.
Yeah, no, but he would.
I was thinking of like the Matthew Broderick one.
No, he would speak perfect English the entire movie, and everyone understood him. And he would get, and it was.
If he's okay or not.
They would do these scenes where like everyone had Matrix powers, and he was just doing his own, like his own stunts too. He was just beating up aliens as Don Fry.
I love him. Have you ever seen that video of him visiting Takayama in the hospital?
No.
It's really cool. It's a tearjerker, but he had that crazy fight in Pride FC with Takayama.
I gotta get into Pride FC. You know who I like a lot from that, I guess, era? I'm a big Minoru Suzuki guy.
Oh, there's so many. If you like Suzuki, there's so many guys you're going to be into. I mean, you probably already like Sakuraba because you're a pro wrestling guy, and he's obviously had a...
Minoru Suzuki had... Go ahead, you first. I'll counter for good story.
Once you see his like admittedly quite grueling fights against like Henzo and Henner and all the Gracies, there's never been anyone like him, and never will be ever again in MMA.
I saw, I wasn't there for it, but I could have been there for it. There was this memorial, like, wrestling, event over in Vegas. They have, like, a bunch of minor shows that surround WrestleMania, and I went around and did that. And they had this one match that currently, right now, is rated as the worst, wrestling match of all time. And it is Butterbean versus Minoru Suzuki.
Even 10-year-olds have them nowadays.
It was awful.
I'll investigate the missing 10 billion.
It was a double count out.
I wanted to know this about wrestling because in MMA,
why don't we cooperate?
It's kind of hard to pick a singular worst fight because you have, okay, do you mean like worst fight between like real actual fighters?
Yeah.
Or like, worst than the A-Leagues?
I have my answer for you.
In pro wrestling, is it?
We're done here.
Is it like? Is it just? Okay, here's like the 5 consensus worst fights ever.
Yes, there is. There is a star rating scale that's famous in wrestling. Sorry for talking over the audio. Chat because this is important. Me and Felix got to get the MMA talk out of the way. I could pull up off the top of my head. All of them are from a wrestling company that competed with WWE. That was ahead of them in the ratings for like 93 weeks or so. This was a company that they were the first company to do live event tapings. Wrestling was pre-tapes before that, but they had the novel idea to have it be live. But eventually they had to constantly up the ante to make the live events be crazy. And the worst wrestling match of all time is Hulk Hogan versus Ultimate Warrior in Halloween Havoc 1999. Midway through the fight, Hulk Hogan was supposed to throw a fireball at Ultimate Warrior, and he accidentally lit himself on fire. And it was rated a -5 stars, and is the only -5 star match to ever exist.
Oh, that's pretty good.
It's awesome.
I mean, like, in MMA, all the historical worst fight ever was Shamrock versus Severn, 2 pro wrestlers in their own right.
Yeah.
But that was, it's hard to really blame them because there was a court order saying that, like, they couldn't strike with closed... They couldn't do anything cool, basically, because they were afraid that, like, someone would die if they got karate chopped back then.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, not really their fault. But everyone disagrees on, like, the worst fight after that. I have a personal pick, and it's very funny when you consider what one of these guys is like now, like who he became. And it's Jake Shields versus Yushin Okami. And
how's the
was
levels,
in a
by the way,
Rumble on
Chad?
the Rocks.
Oh, there's also another infamous wrestling fight. It was another Hogan fight. So there was 2 factions, like, in like kayfabe fighting against each other. So they had a main event that was against Hulk Hogan and this other guy named Kevin Nash. And it was supposed to be a big final showdown against the 2. Faction against faction, like, for the World Heavyweight Championship. And it's called the Finger Poke of Doom because the bell rings and Hulk Hogan does a finger poke to Kevin Nash. He flops on the ground. Hogan pins him. Match is over. And they both come up. Turns out both factions unite. And the big match that everybody wanted to see is just over. And Hulk Hogan holds the championship again because he politicked backstage because he always wants to be the center of attention. Every bad match in wrestling history is because Hulk Hogan didn't want someone having more attention than him. Like, he is the world's, like, most malicious cluster B personality jacked guy to ever exist. He's awesome.
It sounds like he's a more whimsical, like if John Jones was less scary. I watched a Beige Frequency did this video about trying to document all of Hulk Hogan's lies.
Yes!
And all of this is like brand new to me, you know.
That is one of the best videos ever.
It's so fucking funny.
I was gonna talk to you about. What's your favorite one? I like the one where he claimed he wrestled 367 days in a year because he flew across the international date line to go to Japan twice.
I do really like the thing about like how he competed in an underground predecessor to the UFC. That's incredibly funny. But it's sort of like everyone's heard a version of that. I like the entire Hulkster in Heaven saga because that is like true cluster B shit. You know that like he was probably one time in an argument with someone and he's like, oh yeah, well I just had to say goodbye to a brave 5-year-old who died. Who is so my biggest fan. And he was like, oh my god, now I have to like make up this 5-year-old who died.
He makes up Sopranos character level lies where he like lies about his accomplishments. I like how, I can't remember the band, but I think it was Metallica, where he said, yeah, they wanted me to be the guitarist for Metallica.
I mean, look, I don't understand that this describes anyone in chat, but like the off chance that you're watching this and you're like me and not at all a pro wrestling guy, this video is still 100% worth watching because Hulk Hogan is the most insane person ever.
Next to Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon has some crazy lies. Have I ever told you that like at the age of like this is like two things at once. Hulk Hogan, Jim Ross, like he's like a guy that's a commentator and talent management in WWE. He's the guy with the cowboy hat. If you've ever like seen any.
No, yeah, I know who. He did some videos with Brock Lesnar when Lesnar was entering MMA.
Right. So Vince was like, they were trying to sell him on having in the women's division having a Asian woman wrestler, and Vince said, hey pal, look, no one's attracted to that. And then Jim Ross is like, I don't know, Vince, you know, there's people that go on fetish websites that love Asian women. And Vince is like, what? People go on a computer to look at women? And so at the age of like 62, Vince McMahon discovered internet pornography for the first time because one of his employees had to prove to him that people are attracted to Asian women.
Like, even just like one component of that would be one of the most insane things I've ever heard. I mean, just the idea, he's a 62-year-old, like rich, like white guy in America. And he's like, no one has it. No one's like has a fetish for Asian women. No one's even attracted to them in the first place. Yeah. A guy who's done that much evil shit, both like to women, in pursuit of women, after he's done something horrible to women, that he wouldn't. I mean, like someone who's like that maliciously fucking evilly horny, you would think that like he would know about like Max Hardcore, you know?
No. There was also a story.
What a weird
go ahead.
Fucking guy. No, I was just saying, one of the strangest people who's ever lived.
Vince also would notoriously like speed. It is there's two stories here. I could talk about Vince all day. I'm just gonna roam around and fight people while I talk about Vince. He notoriously would speed while driving. He had what's his name? Jim Ross hostage in a car. He's driving really fast and he's playing music. And he turns to Jim Ross at one point and he's like, "Wouldn't you know, pal? Wouldn't you know I dance really good for a white boy?" While he's like driving really fast and scaring the hell out of this guy from Oklahoma. And another story that's a little anecdote about Vince. Oh, I keep on piling it up. Vince one day had a road meeting with the guys that were writing for his show, and he was just like talking like about like, oh man, he set aside my TV doesn't work. I have a guy coming in a little bit. So he hired a TV repairman because so the TV repairman comes. He says, "Look, pal, the TV it doesn't have any sound on it. I don't know what's going on. Can you go work on it?" So Vince goes back to his meeting while the guy works on it, the TV in his house. The guy comes back 5 minutes later, and he brings Vince over, And he has to, Vince, at 55 years of age, learns what the mute button on a TV is. So he pays the guy $500. He's like, oh, thanks, pal. Pays the TV repairman $500 for giving him the knowledge of what a TV mute button is. And he sends him on his way.
That is, I think that's such an interesting, that's like a very Tony Soprano characteristic almost. We're like, well, I don't know if Vince has this aspect where Tony definitely knows that he's, like, done all these morally awful things. I don't know if Vince sees it that way, but there is, like, some sentiment of, like, oh, I just gave this, I like, you know, give the TV repairman $500. I dole out indulgences to random passers-by out of the goodness of my heart, and that kind of makes up for all the bad stuff I do.
You know what also, like, puts into perspective, like, Vince's mental illness? He was like a turbo abused child growing up. So
that makes a ton of sense.
Like he was just like, I apologize to Chad because it's dark. He was like abused like by like his dad. So that makes tons of sense why like I think his stepdad. But yeah, no, he had to like go and be adopted by his biological father. That's how he got into the circus and the wrestling business.
His biological dad committed suicide too, like fairly young, right?
I think so.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's unfortunate that like, not even, I don't even think you would say unfortunate, just like it's a sad reality that not every abuser or whatever was abused at a young age. But it seems like the people who, like Vince, have an intricate, almost like Byzantine system for abuse, where they've like almost turned it into a process. Those people almost invariably had some horrible thing happen to them as kids, and that's why they seem to like almost ritualize it, you know?
Yeah, no, it's insane. So who's the current worst guy in wrestling currently? I don't quite know. Maybe Chris Jericho? I don't know. Chris Jericho's wife was there at like September, was at January 6th, I think. Which is not that bad. That's so low on the level. Chris Jericho has the famous tweet which says like, imagine if the guys at Al-Qaeda tried pulling their shit with a bunch of wrestlers on the plane.
Oh, I love that post.
But he's like borderline QAnon. And he also is the worst wrestler on television right now because anybody that's like getting like, you know, any like momentum or anything, people are liking him, he will insert himself.
Long time, Reina.
And I'll leave you with that. We're going to get back to listening to the dub because we talked over it last time.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry about Fuma-san. Anyway, it's just like you to surprise me like this.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's good to see you, though.
Hey. Reina, Oyabun told me to find Yumi.
Yes?
Have you heard anything about her?
Well, after the shooting, I was told that she disappeared from the hospital. But Kazuma, about 5 years ago, a girl named
It's so
Mizuki
insane
stopped by
hearing someone say a Japanese
she
name
said
in a dub.
she was Yumi Sawamura's
It's so
sister.
insane sounding.
Yumi has a sister?
Yeah.
It's like
But
how
she said
things
that
are
Yumi didn't know
communicated in
anything about having a
dreams.
sister. Because Yumi was sent to the orphanage way
Just
before
hearing any
Mizuki was
honorific,
even born.
like
I see.
just sandwiched between English sentences
So now,
is insane.
Where's Mizuki?
Where's Mizuki-san?
That, I'm not sure.
It's like listening to someone in an anime club.
Mizuki used to stop by quite often. Then one day she said that she wanted to work here in the same bar that Yumi used to. She worked here for about 4 years. Then last year, all of a sudden, she opened her own bar. The name of her bar is Aries.
I love the
She was supposed
just
to
so we
come,
can remember it.
but I
Yeah,
haven't
yeah,
heard from her in a while. I
like
tried to get a hold of her,
everything.
but she changed her number.
Every time a
see.
character is referenced, it's like you get a little,
know,
like
she
a
looks so much
verbal
like
pop-up
me.
in that
If
way.
you met her,
They make
you'd
sure
see
that
it
the
right away.
subtitles only
And
have
she has
that
a tattoo of
on
a
the bottom.
flower. right here.
Is there? So have they ever explained like why the American dub is like this?
No, I've
Like
never
what?
looked into it.
Because I mean,
Come back
2005.
again anytime.
There was like
I'll try to
not
help
as
you
much
out
money
any
as
way I
today,
can,
obviously,
Majima.
but there's money in games, and like
Thanks.
we've all played games from before 2005
wanna
that
know
had like
about niche games?
way even like games that couldn't afford like
Or has someone already told
big
you?
names or even like veteran voice
Yeah, I
actors that had like
Oh.
way more competent dubs than this.
It's
I
weird
have
to
because
say-
they spent money on it. You
I'm
have
done
Bender the
trusting
Funny
what others
Robot.
tell me.
You have
Yeah.
Hamill, but like it's so disjointed.
By the way, Kazuma,
Yeah, Mark
Do you know
fucking
the
Hamill
Millennium
is in it.
Tower?
Like
it was
it's
built
just
5
so
years ago.
I don't know. People have told me that
Right behind the tower, there's a small
it's the way
bar,
the audio is
and
compressed
the
makes it
bartender
sound
there
weird.
knows the business
But I've
well
also
and has a lot
Metal
of
Gear
contacts.
Solid 1
When a
had
new
like
bar
weirdly
opens, he'll
compressed
know about it
audio.
for
And there's
sure.
still like some of the best
He
like
probably
voice
knows
acting
where Ares
performances
is.
ever in
What's
that.
the name of the bar?
I
Bacchus.
love how weird it is. Bacchus. Go to Bacchus.
I am glad that they kept like weird like flavor text transitions like that though.
Yeah. Oh, Mighty Fighter says, "Hi Felix, I really like your Secret Base MMA documentary. What do you think the likelihood that Dana White has a similar sex scandal behind the scenes that Vince did?" That's a pretty loaded question. I didn't read the entire thing before.
Oh, well, I'll put it this way. I think if Dana White sued me, it would be an indicator that he has far bigger problems. I wouldn't be that worried. I don't think but and this is I'm not saying anything actionable and you're not asking anything actionable. First of all, thank you for your kind words. I would say I would say there's like a 40% likelihood that there is one and it causes a similar fallout. Because I think that like if it wasn't as like holy shit, this is some of the worst shit we've ever heard, like with Vince, Dana is enough of a scumbag and the UFC has sort of cast their lot in this way that they would go, oh, like the gay ass article people are trying to take us down again. Well, guess what? Well, I'm not fucking going. So it really comes down to like, I guess how if it was something truly fucking enormous and complicated and like ritualized like Vince, or if it was like how you would typically imagine a Dana White sex scandal, which I'll leave that to your imagination, but I think you know what I mean. The X Factor, and this is something to consider, Dana White we don't know a lot about his upbringing, but we do know he had a really weird, fucked up relationship with his mom, and his mom wrote a book about him in like 2007.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, and it's called,
knowing Vince, like that's a start. Vince was weirdly attached to his mom too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was quite like what Vince's was. But I don't know, someone who's that insecure and domineering, and I don't know, like Dana has said a bunch of things where I go, that's a fucking weird thing to say. No one remembers this. You remember when Ronda Rousey first joined the company and he was like, she's like a Diaz brother and a beautiful fucking body.
Do you remember when Ronda Rousey
what?
said some stuff about
Sandy Hook?
Yeah.
I that was back before MMA was, as partisan as it is now, and I kind of thought at the time like, okay, Ronda clearly has an insane mom who didn't abuse her in the Vince sense, but abused her in the sense that like Marv Maranovich did, Like she has an evil athlete stage mom who I think is
that's
pretty bad.
We don't talk enough about that. That's the girl version of like those football dads in Texas.
Exactly. Also, Rhonda, think about how weird Rhonda's life is. She's like an attractive, athletic woman, but she, up until the point she was like 24 or 25, she had the life experiences of the one girl in anime club. Like, that's her
Yeah.
true personality. And so, like, I think it's, don't get me wrong, it's that San Diego stuff is like, I feel terrible for those parents, and that's bad to say, but I try to have some grace when I look at someone and I'm like, oh, of course you're the most insane person who's ever lived. Look at what happened in your life.
That's
you know.
probably the most graceful thing. They probably wouldn't like hearing it, but it's the truth. I mean,
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the other side of it. If I said that to Rhonda, she'd be like, my mom's incredible, and then would put me in the death note and then beat the shit out of me and kill me. But I
Yeah,
died with
exactly.
grace.
That'd be a warrior's death. That'd be like, that's a Bronze Age death right there. Oh, I had this observation. I tweeted it before. I would say, I tweeted that in any other, if Adin Ross lived, what would the time be? 3,000 years ago, he would be like, he would be one of those guys that would be listed in a funny deaths Wikipedia article as a Roman general that accidentally gets killed by his own men or something like that. He would be like,
my God,
like
yeah.
a Bronze Age warrior that like died an insanely funny death. Like
Oh,
he accidentally got kicked by his own horse trying to like make it laugh.
With Adin Ross specifically, I think he would be like the court Jew in like Seville, somewhere in like post Reconquista Spain.
Court Jew.
That was a position back then because we were the only people that could charge interest and you could do all the. It was good. It was a good job. I probably would have done it. He would be not that good of a court Jew, I don't think, because it's like, would you trust Adin Ross to do your banking? I would not. But I think similar idea. He would be like, oh, I'm gonna please the king by feeding this donkey some figs so the donkey farts.
Yeah, that's how he would go.
Yeah, the donkey would kick him in the head, pulverize him.
Yeah, no, he would like die like one of those deaths where he's just trying to like make a donkey laugh or something. He's awesome. Like learning that like he got his entire like career is basically astroturf because his dad knows people in the record industry. It makes so much sense. Yeah, no,
that makes a ton of sense.
Like the reason why he always like is like just like on like the air is like, yo, bro, I can't be like doing this this crazy stuff on Kick no more, bro. Kendrick doesn't want to talk to me anymore, bro. The reason why he knows these people is because his dad is like a record executive or something like that.
It makes so much sense. I can't believe I never put two and two together.
Really, it's easy.
It's a common thing. Like Jack Doherty, same. Like his parents aren't. He's awesome. Jack Doherty is like if we invented a bad kid in 1999.
He's such a bad
worst
person. He is so awesome at it. I honestly think he puts like prime Logan Paul to shame.
Oh yeah, because Jack Doherty he's like,
at least the Paul brothers would try to fight you themselves. Jack Doherty like hides behind the most evil bodyguard of all time.
Oh my god, I looked at his bodyguard's Instagram once. What his bodyguard does when he's not like assaulting people for Jack Doherty is he's a male Fashion Nova model.
Awesome.
It's such an ignoble career path. Both of them. God.
He's so
I
awesome.
was looking for my mother.
Yeah, he's such a. I love that he's it's a very FromSoft curse that he's gonna be the world's best bad kid, but he's cursed to have the body of like an evil 15-year-old forever, even though he's like 26 now.
He will die in one hit anytime anyone confronts him on anything, but he has to constantly hire like tiers of like different evil bodyguards every time.
Oh my god, that's the FromSoft fight. The Jack Doherty FromSoft fight is he's like Miss Noble, or one of those bosses that you're supposed to kill in like 5 hits, but he's like Pinwheel. But you have to he keeps summoning new evil male Fashion Nova models who have like who have a ton of poise and like attack power.
What's so funny about Logan Paul is that he's legitimately a great wrestler. It sucks. Everyone's had to like come to grips with it. It's horrible. Oh wait, this is a nice new cutscene. Let's see this.
Oh, this is the best game in
Fart.
Japan.
He has a fart shirt.
Kill the damn thing already.
Alright, my turn now.
I never noticed that.
Please stop.
All they do is wear fart t-shirts and abuse puppies, and they're like, how come we're not breaking into the Yakuza?
Huh?
How come we're not making any money from crime?
Yulchan! Are you alright? What the fuck you think you're doing?
Are you
Today's
Yakuza?
been a very bad day.
This is Japanese Jack
Real
Doherty.
shitty news.
Japanese Jack
No,
Doherty
it's
game.
what's his name? It's
Just your bad
Neon. What's his name? It's Johnny Somali. We're beating up Johnny Somali. We caught him. We caught Johnny Somali.
After
We
they
caught
get
his
beaten
film
up by-
crew.
After they get beaten up by Kiryu, they're like, wait,
I think
the only way we
you
can
got
make
fucked.
money throwing rocks at dogs is if we film it. This is how they invented streaming.
This is how they invented nuisance streaming.
Yeah.
Johnny Somali saw this versus Street Hoodlums fight and was like, yo, this is about to change my entire life.
Kill your ass.
Well, there's like 20 people in the let's throw rocks at a puppy game. Why?
A lot of people are really bored lately, it seems.
Like, this is 2005, they could get a PS2.
Yeah, they could just hang. They could be gaming right now.
If I had been given a shirt that just says fart on it in 2005, I would have zero hate in my heart. I would be like, everything's gonna be okay from now.
Yeah, no. Listen, you know what? College is hard. My life could get a whole lot better. Everything's looking up.
Now that I have this fart t-shirt, I'm gonna try harder at school. It shows you just can't make everyone happy.
Ah, wait. This is my first hard fight in a while. All right. Here we go.
Alright, I'll let you lock in.
No. I don't need a lock yet. I got 2 HP chocolate bars I could eat against these street hoodlums. I just gotta dispatch the guys at the weapons.
Yeah.
They're the only ones that were damage dealers.
I forgot how weird heat works in these first couple
I
games.
don't know what my heat moves are. I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, it's way harder to pull off heat moves than like the first 2 games.
I'm gonna just get rid of this guy. Alright, we're good. Okuda.
I love how this game now that was
There we go.
it's 20 years ago now. First game in the series, people are already calling Kiryu a stupid old fuck when they fight him.
He's only like 30.
Yeah.
I like how Yakuza 0 basically follows the Japanese tradition of having a really insanely buff, like, 18-year-old.
It's like, yeah.
I love how
Even-
Japanese
even-
media does that.
Even Nishiki is like kind of shredded for a kid that young, but Kiryu is just ridiculous. He has the body of like Dmitry Klokov.
Do I have any more? Oh, I still have more.
This is
Where
the
we
trick to every Yakuza game. You just
Go to the
Clear
Konbini, go to
out.
the Konbini, and just buy a bunch of like. Oh wait, let's get rid of this guy. Get rid of Eminem. All right, now I could just like look at me wail on Kimura like this.
Oh yeah. Almost maxed out.
It's
heat, dude.
nothing. It's nothing now.
You're not even gonna have to use your heat moves.
Like nothing. The sound effect. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom. It's awesome. Throwing rocks at dogs gag is recruiting new members near you.
Yeah, it was really hard growing up. All my brothers joined the throwing rocks at dogs gang.
Shit! What
they got killed by members of the microwaving hamsters gang.
This is what Tucker Carlson thinks Mexicans are doing. This is what everyone thinks H-1B visa recipients are about to do. They think a bunch of Indian guys are gonna start throwing rocks at dogs.
This is, oh man, what they should, if you're a Trump, I shouldn't even be giving them ideas. But you should, if you're a Trump guy, you should superimpose Kiryu or Trump's face over Kiryu in this scene.
I don't know.
I'd be like, this is what Trump's doing.
You should use Viggle AI on Kiryu and just like just take a picture of a random Hispanic person and just superimpose it over Kiryu.
Yeah.
They do that already.
They do that already, but they would never think to do it. They would never think about the dog killing gang.
What's yours?
They don't even know. They don't even know about Kiwami, you know?
It's Kazuma.
I messed around with
Viggle.
Viggle AI, and I imported a random person into, you know those like those Chinese industrial accidents thing, and I give them like PS2 graphics over real accidents.
Oh yeah, I love those.
I did that with Viggle AI with like a random like person on my saved on my phone. And it would look so funny. Like, it starts freaking out at most of them. And you just start to see, like, the dude get spaghetti arms, like, clip into the ground like a fucking Half-Life ragdoll. It's awesome.
That is such a good use of it.
You could import any video over it.
I might have to try this.
Not greeting me and shit. This guy is not Japanese. We're fighting against a Persian man here. This guy is Persian. This is... Why'd you change?
Oh my god.
You're not Persian anymore. What are you? There you are! It's the red shirt guy. Ikawa?
There's such a good sense of community in this game. It's like every random asshole that just antagonizes you or like tries to kill a dog for no reason, they have like 7 friends that are gonna back them up, even if they're totally in the wrong.
I hope that Keemstar could be in the next Yakuza game as a sub-story. I hope he can get his fame back up enough.
I think, look, Keemstar is like, I mean, we were talking about how no one ever goes away.
Yeah.
But it's like, even when people could get, like, taken out, like, or pulled out of existence, Keemstar always held on.
That's the best part.
He you know, he's going to be in the next Yakuza game, or the one after that, just by virtue of, like, he's always going to be there. Keemstar's going to be doing the same thing 100 years from now.
He gave me Italian perfume. This dude's definitely Persian.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, his outfit alone.
His name shouldn't be called Ikawa. His name should be Hamid. Let's get a large beef bowl. Did we get a cutscene? No! Fuck you. Alright, let's go to a Kobini. We need to go to 7-Eleven real quick. I completely forgot about my adoptive daughter I'm supposed to be taking care of.
Where is she now?
I'm too busy talking to Persian men.
There should be like a soft lock where if you fuck around for too long, Haruka joins the dog killing gang.
You're too bad of a father.
Yeah,
Are
and
the
you have to,
Yakuza games good? Yes, they are, Genghis Bangus.
They're incredible games.
Help me.
Oh my god, when did I play Zero? I think like 2 or 3 years ago. I started with that one. I think
it changes your brain chemistry.
Oh my god.
They're so funny. There's nothing really like them. I don't even know what they would be compared to.
I don't like
Truly-
how much they lean into the wacky zany stuff in the new ones.
Yeah.
But even still, those are still fun. I would still play the like a Yakuza pirate here, Majima game. I'm sure, why not?
I have that one. I haven't really played it yet though.
I'm not interested.
I think they got scared off from the response to Yakuza 6.
That old man is a serious pain
even though I thought what
By the
they,
way, I'm
I think
Mom.
it's questionable, some of the gameplay changes. I think it took them a while to figure out Dragon Engine, and once they did Lost Judgment and showed, like, they completely got it right, and it was the best combat they ever did. But I thought the story and character stuff they did in 6 was actually really cool.
Possibly say
I found it very
no.
interesting, but I think people are too mixed on it.
We just missed that Kiryu was talking to Marcus Phoenix.
I'm a regular at this place. I hope you like it too.
Wow, you're so beautiful.
I always end up falling for a guy when I get drunk. So,
Ugh,
I have to
typical
be careful
Foyd.
not to meet the
Oh,
wrong
typical
people.
Foyd.
But with you,
That's what Kiryu's saying.
Also, he's like,
I don't have time
Haruka-
for Foyds.
Haruka is 5 blocks away.
I'm strong and muscular.
Kiryu left Haruka in a phone booth and was like, I have to go do something. Now he's just like
I gotta go
stewing
fight with
Yeah.
Bender, the funny robot.
Think about
to beat up Bender and then fucking tell off
You're
this
so
Foyd.
cute, I could eat you. Let's go dark. If you fall for me, you'll.
Yeah. This is like Kiryu at his low point.
If you fall for me, you'll only get burned.
Ooh, you sound so dangerous. You should have warned me earlier. Look at me. I'm all sweaty. It's your fault for getting me so hot.
Is this bartender just gonna listen here?
Bartender, save me. The bartender should hand Kiryu a note that says if you're uncomfortable.
I'm feeling very uncomfortable right
Don't
now.
hold back. Here's to a dirty night for the two of us.
That sounds unappealing. A dirty night.
Yeah, that sounds weird.
Yeah, I have a
Don't feel
4-year-old I'm supposed to be looking after. You fucking Foyd.
Why? At least let's have a toast.
Sir, you shouldn't make girls cry. A real man would have a drink with the lady.
Hey, listen, you're.
Please, have a drink with me.
No! I really, really don't feel like drinking right now.
I don't feel like drinking.
Hey, mister. You either drink or you get out.
Okay,
Did you
I'll
come
leave.
Here to drink or what?
You heard the man. Let's have a drink.
I said I'm not gonna drink!
And if I refuse,
So you don't want to drink, huh?
you slip some sleeping pills in the drink.
What's the matter?
You knock your customers out by slipping them something.
You're so
Oh,
smart,
you're
Kiryu.
so-
Dirty trick.
You better shut your mouth.
This girl's in on it too, isn't she? So is the drunkard outside. You're running quite a scheme here.
I wouldn't be talking about shit you don't know about.
And if I do?
I'd rather drink than fight, but
Well, fuck it. Let's do this.
Bring that shit.
Awesome!
This guy is
Awesome!
so- Best bartender in the world.
Best bartender in the world. Should have slipped me the note.
You should have let us poison you, you idiot.
Alright. You should have left all these chairs out! You fucking idiot! You fucking moron! You shouldn't have left all these chairs in here!
Don't you realize I'm the guy who beats people with items?
Haven't you heard of me? There's so many chairs. They gave me way too many chairs. And tables.
Oh, yeah. This is when Kiryu was still not, when he was not yet in his 50s and could just still like whip around a table. And he didn't have to dive to do that heat action like you have to do in everything after 5?
Maybe.
Or no, after 6. After 6.
Goodbye. I told you. Fucking told you guys.
I got it. You won. Cut me some slack, please.
You're all talk.
You're all
Yes.
talk.
This is for your trouble. Please forgive us. Take this.
I don't want you guys to run this anymore. Let's not hell. Hell no.
Hell no.
Of course, I also have some useful information for you. There's a hidden casino in the basement of a noodle shop. The password is half order, extra soup. After that, the manager will direct you to the casino. We'll just excuse ourselves now. We're very sorry for all the trouble.
Thank you, Harsh Tabasco.
Felix and Serb, what are your thoughts on Project Century?
I'm excited. Are you excited? Felix? Wait, Felix.
Sorry. Yeah?
Project Century, new Yakuza thing is coming around.
Oh, wait. I actually have not heard about it. What's up with this?
They're making a early 1900s Yakuza game.
Ooh. That's incredible.
That's good.
Really cool. That's, like, just enough guns to where it's kind of interesting. They're a fun novelty.
I was never much of an Ishin guy. It didn't grip me, but I could. If I got into Japan enough, I think I could get into it. You know what I mean?
I think Ishin is a cool game, and I would love to see it on, like, the Dragon Engine, because I think if you made the combat anywhere near as good as, I mean, the combat in Ishin is very good, but you made it anywhere near as fluid as Lost Judgment, it would be incredible. But I think Sekiro spoiled me for anything in that period. It's like, I think Ghost of Tsushima was a very fun, very beautiful game. But it's hard to play any game with katanas and deflecting after Sekiro, because you're like, what the fuck? This is not as good.
Oh, I should be upgrading these. Let me just take a quick break at this.
I forgot how much shit you have to upgrade in this one.
Alright, we're good here. I didn't even buy anything. Shimanos. I can't wait till the day I finally go to Japan. When Anime Serbia goes to Japan, it's gonna be fucking insane. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be so awesome. I can't wait to go to Kobenis. I had so much fun in Las Vegas. I stayed in the worst hotel in the world. I stayed at the Luxor. And they...
Wait, I like the Luxor.
I like it too. Everyone says it sucks. Want to hear the most Serb story of all time? I'm gonna hold everyone in suspense while I grab something. You all are about to hear the most Serb story of all time. Felix, do you have anything you want to plug? Well, I'm gonna be really quick.
Oh, I actually do. For once. We have new merch out. We have. Don't worry, we do not put the name of the podcast and stuff because we know how antisocial it is to wear things that have podcast logos on them. But we have a P2 Masonic Lodge intramural Gladio softball league t-shirt, and we have the world's only, to my knowledge, USS Liberty I survived this cruise style t-shirt. So if you don't have anything to put over your torso, or you just want to start an argument about the Liberty, oh god, do we have a shirt for you. TopOutTrapHouse.store. And it will replenish your health when you put the t-shirt on.
Alright, I'm actually back already. That was nice.
Oh, that was perfect.
So the most Serb story of all time. So I get to the Luxor. I check into my room, and they're like, sir, Mr. Serbia, for $15 more, we can upgrade your room to a suite with a jacuzzi. And I'm like, oh my god, that's great. I would love to. So I upgrade to the suite room in the Luxor. I have a jacuzzi and all that. The first thing I do is I start loading up the tub. Got the full view of the Mandalay Bay Casino. It's perfect. So I'm loading it up, and I call my parents and whatever, and I'm having a phone call with them, And I'm talking to them, the tub's loading up. And you know how every bathtub ever is supposed to have an overflow valve, right? Where you can't overflow it? I'm talking to my parents, and I'm just like, oh yeah, whatever. And suddenly my room starts fogging up, and I'm like, hey, I gotta go. Something's weird. And I go and run into the room, and there was like a foot-high puddle in the middle of my room. The overflow valve does not work on my tub. I overfilled it. I reach it's like a Final Destination style thing where I'm just like, oh god, I gotta pull the plug. I reach my hand in there, it's scalding hot. I'm like, ah! And then I do the second most Serb thing ever. I text my ex, and I'm just like, I accidentally overfilled the tub. I don't know what to do. Help me! And she's like, oh no, you poor thing. I'm just like, God, what do I do? I run to the bathroom. I grab the little like trash bin. And I start bailing out and pouring the water that's filling my room into the toilet. I'm just trying to bail out my room because I'm like, they're gonna be mad at me. And so when the room crew comes in to clean up, it's like, yeah, this actually happens to us once a week. Did it win her back? No, it wasn't a win her back. I had just texted her about how cool my room is. Like, wow, I can't believe I'm here at WrestleMania weekend. Look at how cool my room is. The first thing after I hang up my phone, I see like the text back from her, like of like an unrelated conversation. I'm like, hey, I don't know what to do. just texting your ex is like, hey, I accidentally activated the mummy's curse at the Luxor Casino. You need to help me now. Like first week single. Like, just texting your ex, the first thing that you text her is like, so, I just activated the mummy's curse.
I had, the last time I had to, like, call for help in a hotel is we were in Atlanta on tour, and I, you know how like they have there's that like Trump thing over like low flow toilets versus normal toilets?
Yeah, I saw the King of the Hill episode.
Yeah. So, you know, everywhere in the South, for the most part, you don't have the low flow toilets because everyone has big logs. Well, I clogged my toilet in Atlanta, and I was kind of like, well, what the fuck? I've been here. Like, I've been here before. There are not a lot of thin people in the Atlanta airport, I'll put it that way. And I was so fucking embarrassed. I tried, like, to Postmates a plunger.
That's incredible.
No one delivered one. It was too late at night. And I went down to the desk, and I was like, can I borrow a plunger? And they were like, they were like, no, okay, we know what happened. Send a guy up to take care of this guy's disgusting ass that clogged the toilet. It was like a whole production, like a guy like carrying a car out in the middle of the hallway at like 2 a.m. And it's like everyone knows what happened here now. This is why I just wanted to borrow a fucking plunger.
Oh yeah, the same thing happened. They brought in like 5 different guys. I felt so bad that they had to do this. I tried tipping them, and I was handing them like a couple 20s, like, here is for like your trouble. This is, I'm sorry, like I fucked up this or whatever. They're like, they refused it. They refused my tip because it happens so often. It's like, no, this just keeps us from like sitting on our hands in the break room. Serb, how do you get into these situations? Being an adult with ADHD? It happens a lot. It's awful. It's genuinely awful being an adult with ADHD. Oh, I got him something. I did give the dog a bento. It won't eat this? Where do I go to get this stuff? It's probably the kombini down here. Were you the tower or the pyramid? No, I was in the pyramid. Okay, so let's go down this way. Okay, no, I'm not talking to Eminem a second time. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We don't need that now. We gotta progress the story a little bit. Oh wait, I just was here. Let's go this way. This is the weird portion of the game where we actually have to like do a bunch of archaic bullshit. Oh, great. More Antifa. They had dog food at the THR 7-Eleven. Yeah, no, like, there's nothing more embarrassing than, like, causing a disturbance at a hotel room. Like,
I really pride myself on being, like, a good hotel guest. You know, I leave a tip, like, commensurate with how long I stayed, or, you know, how gross or not gross I left things. I try never to leave it gross. But, you know, sometimes you clog the toilet, or sometimes sometimes you fuck up.
My tip is always proportional to how much fast food boxes I leave in the trash can.
God, okay, if there's one thing I could change about hotels, the one thing that is, like, universally better about Airbnbs is that I can have a normal trash can in an Airbnb, and I'm not faced with
a microscopic trash can, and it's kind of annoying. It kind of makes you like have to like. It kind of makes you be gross, and it's like I don't want to do that to them.
We went to Oregon the same year as we went to we did that southern tour, and I caught some weird fucking virus. It wasn't COVID because I took a COVID test when this happened, but I totally lost my voice. I had to make my own concoction to just get through the 2 shows I was already doing. God, what the fuck? Why am I forgetting this guy's name?
Patrick Doran.
Yeah, no. Bill Oakley was on the show with us.
Oh, that's a good one.
I know Bill's awesome. I love Bill. But I felt really bad because I looked like a hollow from Dark Souls 1. I was like hunched over and drinking some disgusting concoction with like NyQuil and like soda in it just so I could like not die and get through the show. And he like Bill's really nice. He's like, you know, still shook my hand. But I was like, oh my god, he thinks I'm gonna kill him with my virus.
Oh,
but like, we were there for a really long time. We were there for like over a week, I think. And I was just totally immobile. It was like flu symptoms, but also my throat was just like on fire. I couldn't open it. And I just like molted in my bed. Just like every like 2 days, I could work up the will to like get a smoothie or like soft serve because that was the only thing I could eat.
We just beat up a Japanese guy named Yoda, by the way.
But like my room was just filled with like you know negative COVID tests and like frozen yogurt carnage, and I felt so bad. Like I felt bad laying in it. I felt bad for the person that had to clean it up. But you know, shit happens.
There's only cat food here. I don't think it is it.
There has to be some cat food related quests. What are you looking for?
A dog food.
Oh. Have you tried Don Quixote?
Oh, let's go to Don Quixote.
Don Quixote usually has like weird quest items.
I know exactly where it is too. It's so crazy that to like know Kamurocho this well, isn't it?
Yeah, man, what a great testament to the. I mean, this is the first time they ever did it, and it's still everything is mostly where you think it is. What a great testament to simple level design.
There it is.
Yeah.
I think either Torriner or like Staminan is like they got the theme song and everything.
Yep.
Let me eat it. Let me eat some food real quick. Let's go to Snackington City. Alright, let's get some. Let's get one of these and let's get some dog food. I have no idea. Why would anyone buy the caviar skin bag? What could that even be for?
It's especially weird because like this game is so much lighter on quest stuff compared to any others.
Yeah. Let's try to get some game progress going. We've had like some of the best conversations I think we've ever had. Through vents, through destroying hotel rooms.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we've talked about Vince at least for a minute every stream I've ever been on with you.
And it's always been something new.
It's always something horrible happening in Vince world.
I know, like, we've been around doing this for like 5 years or so. His life is like a video game. Like the song, Falling in Reverse.
Oh, is that them?
Oh, yeah.
Of course it is.
USS Liberty merch, great stream. Oh, I have an incredible WWE thing, a vignette. There was this wrestler named Jeff Jarrett whose entire thing was he was listing off things that piss him off, and he got really political in it. Let me show you this real quick. I saw this recently. I love this video. I discovered it just today, and I'm already in love. Let me crank it up. Let me pause this. There we go. I love this video so much. Wait, why is this screen capture? Oh, there it is. Okay. I love this video. It's so great.
You know what pisses me off? World hunger, holy wars, politics, ugly women in politics, Madeline Albright, Janet Reno, pigs. You know what else pisses me off? Women with semen-stained dresses. Semen-stained dresses.
So this guy's like a Liz Warren voter, I'm assuming.
Hillary Clinton, stand by your man. You really piss me off.
I love.
Wait. Is he the inspiration for the, the Boomer Chud?
What was that?
You know that Boomer Chud Wojak?
He could be. Big. Jeff Jarrett could be that.
He kind of looks like what do they even call that guy? I don't know.
God, I think that's
like Alpha Chud or whatever the fuck.
I'm not sure actually. That's a good question. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think he got a name.
I love that one. Like, people have really abused Wojaks, but that one always gets me.
Oh, the new Wojaks, there's an entire Wojak website that is just the entire user base is just ESL pedophiles. And they have a Boru for Wojaks, which is like a Wojak database, and they had to shut it down because it had a child porn problem.
Oh my god. Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Oh my god. It's man, on the Wojak website, I'm not saying it's better to do somewhere else, but the Wojak website?
Yeah. But anyway, we gotta feed this dog.
Yeah. Gotta take care of the dog.
Thank you, mister. Alright, now we're gonna get through this story a bit more.
I knew he was hungry. I told you.
I forgot we were playing a dubbed game for...
You said you lived in an orphanage.
I forgot we were playing a dubbed video game.
Really in this city?
Maybe. That's what her letter said. But
I've never even
Who
met her.
voiced her? I swear.
So
it's
what are
gonna
you
be
gonna do
someone
now?
from some cartoon I know.
Is there anyone you can
I'm
go
gonna
to
find out
around
that it's
here?
like someone from Jimmy Neutron.
Oh, hold
All
on.
I
Did you
have is my
close the
mother
stream?
and my Aunt
Accident?
Oh,
I
wait,
mean,
wait, I got you.
the one to me.
Yumi?
Yeah, she's my mother's older
I
sister.
got you.
She always gave me
Thank you.
letters from my mother.
You know what ticks me off?
Hey,
People throwing rocks
you
at
all right?
dogs.
I'm tired.
Wait, why am I carrying her? What happened?
Oh, they love this, like, you have to carry someone somewhere shit. Like,
My favorite one is in Yakuza 3, where like you think that your adoptive son is dying, and he's like you bring in the doctor and everything, and it turns out he has like a gluten allergy, and he's eating too much fried noodles.
I like in Yakuza 2 when you get stabbed, and you're not carrying anyone, you're just doing it for yourself, and this random guy just sees you and he's like, whoa, he's dying. Someone should put him out of his misery. I know, I'll do it.
I love that.
Him. It's so fucking funny.
Oh yeah,
He's
so
not
the
even
voice
like
of
an asshole criminal. He's just like, look, I can tell you're in a lot of pain. I'll help.
Why are you? He's putting Haruka's corpse on the ground. Hold on one second. Hold on one second, kid. Daddy has to beat up Shimano family gangsters.
Prepare to die.
Wait. Same Shimano, like the Shimano?
Yeah. Evil bald
No, they
guy.
kind of have that big dumb. We work for the scary bald guy look.
All right, that's it. That's that.
They went down easy.
So Haruka is voiced by Jimmy Neutron, which is just insane. The levels are fine, right, Chad? I asked earlier. No one said anything, but I think they're fine. We're gonna try to get some progress in this. Dude, fucking leave me alone! Fuck off! Dude, what? There was
again?
There was no indication that they were after me.
The Shimano family is like everything that they said that Stacey Abrams was doing. The Shimano family has an insane ground game. Like, they suck, but they really have a presence in Kamurocho.
This is what they say that Hamas is doing to IDF soldiers. Attacking people with children.
I like how those guys, they were like a block away from the first Shimano thugs you beat up.
They're like right there. Alright, back to this. Dude, if we run into a third Shimano gang thing this next screen, I'm going to freak out. I'm going to freak the fuck out.
It's like, are they not seeing their friends getting beaten up like a few meters away? Or is it just like, oh, we like let them look like shit and we'll be the ones that beat up Kiryu?
It's gonna be us. It's gonna be us.
Yeah, yeah, and they'll look like, I always hated those guys anyway, even though we're all ranked so low in the Shimano gang that we're all just patrolling the street looking for one guy.
I'm like the third guy named Sasaki that's got beaten up by Kiryu today. This guy's over at the corner. He's just like, he's chilling. So what Steam Deck games have you been playing? It's such an awesome, like, neat little gizmo to own, isn't it? It's literally a computer.
Cool. It was like the most fantastical idea for what could possibly exist in the future that I had when I was like in middle school. It's like, oh, that'd be cool.
Like
I
VR
yeah.
isn't as cool as you thought it was gonna be. A computer that is a PSP, that's awesome.
The only thing in VR that's like as cool as I dreamed it would be is flight sims, and you really have to like be able to crank your settings to even get to it. And have a lot of fucking peripherals, and really go through a lot of trouble of like getting them right for VR.
One of my, oh my god. Go
Steam,
ahead,
like
first.
I dreamed about like, oh man, if you could just like play Vice City on a portable thing. It's like, no, you could play fucking Elden Ring.
You can.
GTA 5 if you want to play the worst GTA made story. But yeah, it's the coolest thing to ever.
I own a lower end one,
portable.
and it like I have to crank it to play Yakuza 4 a little bit, but like even still,
oh yeah,
like just a half.
I had one of the lower end ones. My family got it for me for Christmas one year, and it got banged up in the course of moving, and it's like the OLED or whatever upgrade they did is really cool, but it's not like the lower end ones suck even. I don't really think there's anything that I would want to play on
if it's
a higher end
end
one that I can't play on the lower end one.
Yeah, no, I play GTA 4 on it, and I can play GTA 4 and it plays perfectly fine, and that's as good. It's a portable Xbox 360. If I could get it to Xbox 360 level, and I do, that's perfect.
It's really surprising. Like, there's a lot of stuff that yeah, I cannot believe how well it runs it. Apparently, the Asus one is apparently pretty good.
I have the Asus one. That's what I got.
Oh.
I got a low-end Asus one, and like the thing is his battery life when you're running stuff that you really want to play, it's kind of low. So you kind of have to keep it on like a charger for like higher end stuff. But like sometimes you don't want to play a game and be in your computer room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want to be among the land of the living.
Well, for me, I only like the most use out of it. I get like for a long flight. That's huge. I was a big enough freak to play the original Call of Duties on a laptop on a flight once. So
that's awesome, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was a New York to LA flight, and it really passed the time. And I was using a keyboard and mouse too, but this is way better. It's way more convenient, and it's just a better way to play anything.
This guy had a bat this entire time and watched his friends get the shit kicked out of him?
There's some really bad friends in the Yakuza saga.
Who's the worst friend of all time? I love in Yakuza 4 the main antagonist comes back and he's good now. And he's just like, yeah, I escaped from prison. This guy taught me everything I could know about friendship. By the way, Kiryu, I'm going to wash up on your shore and traumatize your daughter. Far more. I like how Haruka is far more traumatized by the antagonist coming back than Seijima, like, breathing heavily and pinning her to the ground.
Yeah, the Seijima scene is incredibly, like, creepy. And she's just like, hey, mister, after that.
Yeah, it's like really weirdly like insane, and like they were like, oh, we shouldn't do that again. No, like that was like a weird way to introduce a new character, I think.
Yeah, especially like a character that now like everyone loves.
Yeah, that was a choice.
Certainly was. But I love how when Haruka's like, no, this is too much. You can't have like the guy that I like traumatized, that I watched stab you and like almost fucking kill you in Yakuza 4. And Kiryu's like, oh yeah, but I like kind of fucked up his life.
It's
Like,
like,
I
well,
get
yeah, I
it.
kind of sent him to prison. And he says he's good now, and he name dropped this guy that we just showed up and pinned you.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
We just met Saijima, and he's like, well, Saijima thinks it's okay. And it's like, who is Saijima to you, Kiryu?
He for a second there seemed like he was going to molest your adoptive daughter.
I'm terrified to have seen such a thing.
Dude, it is also a choice to me that they do the Haruka idol arc when she's only 16. And some of the questions that the guys ask her in that minigame are like, would you ever have sex with a fan? And she's like 16.
Oh my god.
That's Reina.
The idol stuff is so weird. There's that one, like, one you can do with Akiyama where this girl's like, hey, I really don't like what my labels have me has me doing. It's embarrassing. It like goes against what I want to do. I want to just like I want to be a children's singer. I want to help kids. I think this is so like awful and dehumanizing, and it's ruining my life. And I'm depressed. And the good answer to the quest is to have Akiyama go, "Hey, suck it up."
About an Aunt Yumi, didn't you?
Lots of people want to be idols.
She was the one that brought you the letters.
Just act like you're happy to be there, dumbass.
That's right.
Like that's the good ending.
It's like,
wait, Akiyama would do that?
Orphanage every month to drop off letters from my
I
mother.
hated that.
Or give me toys. What?
It's insane.
Did you?
I really wish they had.
What's wrong?
I know they had to release the game.
What is your
I would feel
mother's
so much
name?
more comfortable with it if Haruka was like fucking 18, and and she was
Yeah.
answering questions
You
like,
know
"Hey,
my
would you let a fan fuck on you?"
Tell me, where is my mother? Where is
I
she?
mean,
I know there's like the cultural divide and whatnot, but it's like, man, I'm 27, man.
It is weird. It is weird playing it. I
know.
I mean, silver lining. Haruka only ends up getting with
Can I come with you?
a dumb petty
Please?
That place we were just at.
who's
Find a clue to your
you
mother's
know,
whereabouts.
when he turned 20,
have no
someone was
leads
like, "Hey,
now.
pal, you're Chinese," and
I
he was
know.
like,
I
"What?"
know where the bar is.
I'm
No.
gonna kill my dad.
John?
Yes.
Kill the
So
Chinese.
Now can I come along? They won't let me in if I go
Oh
by
man,
myself.
that one.
Please, mister.
Kiryu's so mean to that kid. Well, not
Alright,
mean, but he's like
you
very
can come.
firm with him. He's like, you can't just sacrifice yourself because you feel you want to. You think you're sacrificing yourself for to people in your life? Well, what are they going to do when you're gone? And it's like, I mean, it's deliberately written this way, but it's like, Kiryu, that's your favorite thing to do.
Do I have enough for Aries? I could go to Aries. I bought so much bento. I bought so much at 7-Eleven.
You have this problem in Yakuza where when you accidentally go to a store or like the store doesn't have the quest item that you needed, you still buy things because you feel guilty because the clerks are so nice.
Yeah, no, of course. Now
Yeah.
Haruka's running at full sprint.
No, yeah, now she picks up the pace.
Do you remember that point in time, I think it was in Yakuza 3, where randomly you run into a random record executive when you were in Kamurocho for some reason? And she's like, "Haruka, you've got a great voice!"
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was
And then
some
nothing comes of
foreshadowing.
it.
No, that was foreshadowing.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
You've got a
They were
great
gonna
voice,
do-
kid.
They were gonna do everyone's least favorite story thread in Yakuza 5.
Hey guys, you like rhythm games?
The rhythm game aspect is, I'll put it this way. I like the mandatory side quest rhythm game in Lost Judgment, and I think it's one of the funner school story. I thought the school storyline stuff they did in Lost Judgment was fun, and I thought that's, in an ideal world, that's how a lot of Yakuza 5 stuff would have been done, in the same way that they do it in that game. But fuck the Robot Club. That is the shittiest dog shit I've ever played.
Do you remember
And it is,
the
I resorted to Cheat Engine to get through that, because it was the only way I could get to boxing, which is what I really wanted to do.
Do you remember the in Yakuza 4, the combat club where you have to train the wrestlers?
Yeah, and like no one respects the like the head of the dojo, but everyone likes Saijima.
Do you remember like the first two are like, oh, okay, I understand this, and then you get stuck with like two guys that fucking suck to train. One of them is just like a guy that's just like, no, I want to sleep all day. I don't respect you.
Yeah, and it's like, why are you here? We didn't draft
It was the guy
you
that was
in karate.
sleeping, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have to, like, you get a phone call from his dad. He's like, hey, I can tell my son's being, like, annoying to you. And you could either, like, the good answer is to be like, no, your son's great. But you have the option to say, like, yeah, your son's a piece of shit. And he's like, I know.
Don't leave me behind.
Thank you, Haruka. She's so smart.
Haruka is one of the best child characters in any, big franchise ever.
I like all the orphans. They're all so cool. Do you remember?
Yeah.
People bash 3. Like, it's like, oh, I hate doing orphan stuff. No, I love those side chapters.
What are you doing?
I think some of them go on maybe a little longer than they should. But I think it's a great feature, and I think it's a good.
I like that point where they were getting bullied by the teacher's kid.
It's one of the
And then you go play golf with like the senator, and he's like, "Oh, Kiryu, you're a great guy." And then the teacher's like, He shows up. And he's just like, I was just leaving after having an illuminating conversation with Kiryu about bullying.
I don't see how people just think that none of that stuff should have been in the game, because it's like all the orphan stuff in 3, none of what happens is, especially 6 and after, or really in 4 or 5 for that matter, makes any sense unless you really take the time to actually make the player spend a lot of time there. That is the only. Otherwise, it just doesn't really make sense. It's yeah, Kiryu's a good person, but why are all his decisions centered around this? Around Morning Glory? You have to spend
3 is the most important game to play, I think.
Yeah.
I loved 3. I loved doing that fake wrestling match, and also what was his name? The guy that was that called you Aniki. He was my favorite
oh my god,
guy.
yeah. Rikia
was so good.
What, maybe the best,
one-off
single
character.
Game best friend character. And,
when he fucking died, I was so sad. That fucked with me.
Oh my god.
Did you do the sub-story where, you take him to the strip club and he recognizes the girl, and then she, immediately takes advantage of him?
Yeah, and Kiryu tells off another Floyd.
Yep,
That's some story.
Kiryu Sigma compilation.
Yeah. No, when Rikia dies, that's the craziest Kiryu death, anguish scream we ever hear.
He was so good. Beating him and his epic fat friend up for the first time, and then you go to that his crime family, and it's very I don't know, it's a small time thing.
Yeah, it's odd. Those guys are the good version of
How would I know why?
the gang in 6.
You're at Sunflower.
Yeah,
in Hiroshima.
She said that she can't
it's so
find
incredible that
I asked her why
they clearly didn't plan a lot of this, because the Rikia to Nishiki thing.
Yeah.
Not obviously Nishiki was a character before, but the way that Nishiki is portrayed in 0, it's so perfectly.
At that time, I thought
there's such perfect synchronicity between Kiryu seeing a young Nishikiyama in Rikia.
And having him die is perfect.
Yeah. It's heartbreaking, but it kind of has to happen. Again, everything goes back to 3.
3 is perfect. There are some things in it that aren't great. Wait a minute. Let's listen.
My name is Hayashi.
This guy's such a fucking ham and egger.
We gotta listen to the dub a little bit.
The Omi family. So you were sent by Nishiki, right? You've been looking for me, haven't you?
Actually.
Sorry, I gotta take this. This is from Serb. He flooded his hotel bathroom again. Hello. You're
Kazuma, I found out who stole the 10 billion. It was Yumi, your Yumi. She took it.
What?
The ring was found at the scene.
By the way, if you've never played these games before, Chad, you should play them.
Same ring you handed me 10 years ago.
Yeah,
Like
the thing that got me to play these games was watching, God, what is his name? Testaker, that guy on YouTube.
Yeah.
I watched one of his videos on Yakuza, and I really like his videos in general, but he did such a good job of like describing, you know, like what the deal is with these games, like what's fun and unique about them, that I made the jump and I finally played Zero after having it on my HD for like years.
But in all seriousness, I don't want to have to kill a man like you over a little girl.
You talk a lot of shit, but can you back it up?
What?
I think you'll find it. I don't die so easily.
This is the Kazuma-san I expected. I guess there's no other choice. Go! Kill this arrogant motherfucker!
Yeah, that's your thumbs down for you.
That's the line. That's the line.
Kill this arrogant motherfucker.
Kill this arrogant motherfucker.
That has to partly be sound depression, right?
Dude, we stopped talking at the exact best moment right there.
Yeah, we both knew the best line of all time was coming.
I love how pro wrestling, all these moves, like the influence of them is. I love it. If you play any games like this, like half of the moves is something that was in like a famous Japanese like Tokyo Dome wrestling match. Like in the Kiwami 2, a lot of the guys, they had the entire sub-story where they had legendary Japanese wrestlers just like as like guys for like the Majima construction company thing.
Oh, I wondered what that was. I was like, who are they? Should I be recognizing these guys?
I recognize them. Like, you got Matsuhiro Chono. I think the Great Muta was one of them. There is this one guy in American wrestling, and he's just like this like massive otaku. He like, dude, this is like the coolest blend of white guy ever, I think. His name is Kenny Omega. He's a Canadian guy who his entire wrestling persona he bases on Sephiroth. And he has a move called the One-Winged Angel, which is literally... Thank you for the raid, by the way, Scoop. Thank you so much. Thank you. His finishing move is called the One-Winged Angel, and his secondary finishing move is called the V-Trigger, which is based off of, I think, awesome. Street Fighter. And he's so cool. He, like, hangs out at Sega HQ all day, and, like, he's worked on the Yakuza games and filming, like, cameos. And he does that all the time. He's just this like Canadian dude that just like hangs out. He never wrestled in America, went straight to Japan, and his whole thing is like, I'm an evil bad guy. Oh, I'm an evil video game character, and he does that for a living. He's so sick.
That's true. I love stuff like that. Like Josh Barnett is another guy like this.
Oh, Josh Barnett. I went to his pay-per-view. He does a pay-per-view for my favorite indie company, a GCW. He does a thing called Bloodsport, which is like fake wrestling combined with MMA. I went to that. It was so sick. He like does stuff. Sense. He does stuff in New Jersey. Like he hosts a show in like New Jersey, like called Bloodsport, GCW Bloodsport, which is a combination between wrestling and like MMA. Like it's scripted outcomes, but they remove like the wrestling ropes and they have a bunch of ex-WWE guys like wrestle MMA style rap matches.
That's really cool. He's so he was like a very early UFC champion. He had a really great storied career. One of my favorite heavyweights of all time.
Oh, I should have got his autograph then.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, next time you go, you should. He's like, so he had. I think you would really like his fights too because he trained with. There's some like historically renowned catch wrestling guy.
Oh, I love catch wrestling.
Who did? I'm looking.
I like strong style a lot.
Billy Robinson is one of the guys he's training with. Is that like a?
No, that doesn't register yet. I feel like I could become an MMA guy pretty easily.
Even if you don't, there's like I think Sakuraba and Josh Barnett you would be really into.
I think I'd become a Pride FC guy.
Oh, Pride would be your favorite fucking thing in the world. Pride was the greatest promotion ever. But
a Pride stream with Felix and Sir, that'd be great.
Oh, that would be sick. But Josh Barnett had a very I'm sure that if you watch some of his fights, you'll catch probably some pro wrestling things that I missed. But he had a very unique style of submission grappling where, he does a lot of stuff that you'd obviously see in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and he is a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu, though I think he's one of those guys where they just award that on skill level, and he never trained in a gi, if I'm not mistaken. But there's no one at heavyweight who really grappled the way he did, and he would do so much interesting shit that you would never see from anyone else.
He's still active. I saw him fight.
Well, is he still? I don't think he's still doing MMA.
He doesn't do MMA, but he does his blood sport stuff, so you get to still see him in action, athletic, proto athletic competition.
Yeah. He's I think you would really like him, and he's a big purgatory and anime guy.
Yep.
And I love guys like that where it's they were huge. Barnett's a little older, so he's a D&D guy first, but they were super, super, super into that shit, and then somewhere along the way, they found out they could there's a real version of it. And in Barnett's case, he becomes a UFC champion. They unfortunately... Oh, yeah, he was the youngest ever UFC heavyweight champion. I knew it was something like that. They stripped him. He pissed hot, but this is in 2001 or something, so, I mean, everyone pissed hot back then.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
To me, he's a former champion. I don't give a shit. But I think you would love Josh Barnett. You already do, but I mean, as an MMA fighter, I think
I will probably have to take a look at that. All right, I lost that one. I'll get my lick back here. Barnett, he does the GCW Bloodsport, and he has a bunch of WWE wrestlers who come through the pipeline originally as guys that do proto MMA stuff. There's this one guy, WWE name is there's a term for it. It's called your Connecticut name, which is the name that WWE trademarks. Named Baron Corbin, but his name is God, what's his actual name? I just had it, but I saw him do a Bloodsport match over in the Hammerstein Ballroom against Josh Barnett, and he was awesome in it. If you know, chat, if you're a WWE guy, tell me what his name is. He's a 2-time Golden Gloves winner, and he went to WWE. Made to be look like a goon and an absolute loser over there with how he was booked, but he's a genuine badass. I need chat to back me up for my but yeah, no, the best wrestlers I think are the Ken Shamrock stuff. You know, Ken Shamrock was a 90s WWE guy, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
And he was so good.
Yeah,
he was not in Brawl for All.
I felt really bad for Ken Shamrock in MMA because he was the first very physically scary guy who could actually put things together back then.
He's so scary.
He's tough guy. And his brother Frank was actually, I think, they were both pretty ahead of their time in their own ways. But he just Shamrock was already pretty old and had way more miles on his body than
I
other
just
people.
remembered the name of the guy I was thinking of. Tom Pestock.
I've heard that name in some context, but
yeah, the fact that you've even heard it is a lot.
But Ken Shamrock was both through pro wrestling and by competing in very early MMA. He had more miles on his body than the typical athlete would at that point. So by the time that the Ultimate Fighter was a thing, and he's coaching opposite Tito, he was
Oh, I remember seeing this in your documentary of John Boyce.
Oh man, in my ideal world, I would be able to make like just one episode would be 2 hours. That is the only way I could even begin to like get all the stuff that I wanted to put in there. But I had to like kind of pick and choose. I would have been able to do an hour about Ken Shamrock because he was already. How old was he? He was like born in '64. God, yeah, he was like 40 years old, coaching opposite Tito, who was very young. And Tito just like made him look like an asshole in the trash talk thing, because Ken Shamrock would just get so fucking mad. And Tito, I mean, Tito's always been a fucking marble mouth, but he was like, he had less brain damage back then, and he just really knew how to push Shamrock's buttons. And Shamrock, like, just didn't have a good showing in his fights against Tito, and I really felt bad for him, because this entire generation of fans, like, probably just had no idea how good this guy was at one point, or at least how scary he was. They just thought he was some leathery old guy who got beat up by stupid-ass Tito. It sucks. That's the sad thing about MMA, is for a guy like Shamrock, people's first exposure to you will just be, like, the guy who lost to Tito.
He's so like he's just his expression like he has like this angry like puss face to him that is just so terrifying. You see a lot of it in WWE because he was actually Vince McMahon's personal enforcer in that era. They did like the whole corporate storyline and he was like the corporate enforcer. He was like the Rock's personal enforcer that did his dirty work when Rock was a bad guy and he was like working for Vince.
Yeah,
you know, it's crazy because like all this stuff is fake, but in the same way, like the effect that like heroes and villains have on people is still very much so the same, even if it's like a scripted ending. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just talking about this with my new theory about the insane, that I think pro wrestling is really bad for insane people because of that aspect. Because it you know, I think that's reductive when people say, oh, it's a soap opera for blah, blah, blah. It's weirder than that because there's a weirder blend of reality and fiction.
I could get into like the whole podcasting aspect of like there is a podcaster that is like very much so a return to tradition type guy named Jim Cornette, who turns fans absolutely fucking insane over like wrestling not suspending people's disbelief enough. Like there's like funny goofy stuff people do with wrestling that's very obviously fake, and there's this guy named Jim Cornette who like froths at the mouth and like will send like flying like monkeys at people if wrestling's too goofy and it doesn't suspend disbelief enough. If it's like not like something that you could trick someone, like if you can't trick a hayseed with it, he gets mad at it. And he's awesome though.
So like in wrestling now, this is all of what I know is stuff that I like picked up secondhand from like Josh Barnett interviews.
Yes.
And like stuff about Sakuraba. But as I understood it, back in like the days of like Hulk Hogan or Jake the Snake, there were guys who like, I don't know, like everyone could like fight to a certain extent, like better than the average person, and probably knew a few things. But there were guys who like, someone who trained under like Carl Gotch, like a guy who actually knew submission wrestling for submission wrestling's sake.
I think of some people like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they were basically like their own category of guys who, you know, guys who could shoot. Is now that everything seems to be like much more professionalized and there's a more formal training system, are there still guys like that, or is that just represented by guys who like actually came from a combat sport and were already famous by the time they...
I was about to say Matt Riddle, but he was
yeah, he was already like he was already
There's
on the
a guy in AEW that tries to do like Japanese strong style, but it's like he comes across as a bad tribute band, and whenever he does anything else besides that, he's better, named Eddie Kingston. He's literally just a guy that's like Puerto Rican, Irish, mixed race, person that came from like the slums of Yonkers. I learned from watching training tapes of watching a bunch of guys in MMA and Japanese wrestling and hardcore stuff. And he is genuinely awesome. He's like a very genuine person. Whenever he does a promo, I actually feel it. He's the closest you can get, but he insists on doing like the chops. You know how wrestlers do their chops and it like leaves a mark?
Yeah.
He does them too much, and he does them so repeatedly that it looks like he's just tapping the guy on the chest. So it's like, you get tribute bands, I would say, nowadays.
That makes sense. That makes sense because there's no Carl, unless you like literally got trained by Josh Barnett, you know?
Yeah, no, but there's guys on the indie scene that like do that. If you do MMA stuff, you literally just do Josh Barnett Bloodsport GCW, and that's like they run like 3 shows every year, and it's just Josh, and like Josh always fights in the thing, and you'll see him go up against some like guys that are high up in the rank. I've seen him wrestle some guys that like are very high up in the pro wrestling index, and they'll just do like a MMA like technical wrestling graps, like it'll be a combination of MMA and like Olympic wrestling, which is kind of cool.
Oh, that's actually sounds pretty cool. I love. Like,
Josh Alexander is a top wrestler, and he's like one of those guys that like his whole gimmick is he wears like the wrestling headgear, you know, like the old like retro wrestling headgear from the 80s. He wrestles in that, and I remember seeing him as a main event, him versus Josh Barnett in Bloodsport. I've seen Josh Barnett wrestle a guy that did that was like a 2-time Gold Glove winner. Yeah, I saw that at the Hammerstein Ballroom, which was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool venue to see wrestling at.
Oh,
anyway.
So the screen share is off, unfortunately.
I'll get you. I'm just literally saving my game.
Oh, all good.
But yeah, no, this is I'm gonna have to put in the description. Like Felix and Serb talk about combat sports a lot in this episode.
What?
We're all the better for it.
I think the Pride stream is like, I don't know what the rules are with like copy. I know Zuffa obviously owns Pride. So
I'm gonna be honest. I have a friend that's probably, as we speak right now, streaming WWE copyrighted content. If you're low enough on the totem pole, you kind of can do it.
And
that's what I kind of assumed. Like if
if
you had like thousands and thousands of people, you'd get dinged. But
that's what I love about WWE.
Sorry to bother you.
I have a friend who he streams movies, and that's like generally the way it goes.
What if we did it on Kick?
Move the stream to Kick.
We'll move the stream to Kick, and we will stream. We'll get away with it. We'll stream Pride FC. Dude, it's almost a day. It's a date in words. That would be so sick.
Kick is so scary to me.
You give me like 5 different matches to watch in Pride, like 5 different cards, and we just sit down and watch it together on Kick, and we just direct people to follow our Twitch.
I would not make you watch an entire an entire Pride card is like, so long.
But give me like a couple matches.
Nah. Oh yeah, well you would have to see the intros, like the Pride intros and like the Pride trailers that they would have for their tournaments are like the coolest shit I have ever seen. I posted the I think it's the 05 Grand Prix, the 1 in a billion one, where the poster it's so fucking cool. The poster that they did for it and the image that they always use for this Grand Prix was a CGI like really good CGI of like tons of like individual sperm in a white background, and they're going towards just like what is implied to be an egg, and the subtitles
is the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Pride Openweight Grand Prix 1 in a billion. Like they're not like all the UFC things.
Can I look this up right now?
Yeah, let me find it. It's my favorite.
I'll get the
I've tried to buy this poster so many times, and I can never get it. It's my favorite piece of like.
Yeah,
all the promotion they did.
You find a YouTube video of that, and I'll get to West Park.
Oh no, I could find the YouTube video pretty easy, but
I'll get us to West Park. It's a race. All right, everyone's trying to make me go to Stardust. I'm not going.
I can get a print of the poster, but no, I want original run.
I would get a print of the poster.
If there's no other options, I will do that, but it's like I want full size, I want original. It's too
one in a billion.
Cool. I found it. Okay, I should have Discord on my phone.
All right, I'm gonna get it ready.
All right.
Pride 1 in a million.
I'm sending it to you in the chat.
This is gonna be so good.
There we go.
You should watch Pride on SciTube. Well, I mean, that's where we could get the videos.
Yeah, like, isn't this so fucking cool? Like, this is awesome. This is for the 2006 Openweight Grand Prix tournament.
Oh my god. I thought it was
That's the
video,
coolest
but this
fucking
is just
thing.
As good. All right, image saved. I'm gonna upload this to everybody. Image. Wow. Wow.
It's like this is why it sucked that even though the UFC got most of Pride's great fighters and we got to solve a bunch of long-time hypotheticals in MMA, it sucked that they killed the Pride brand because the UFC would never ever do shit this cool ever.
Well, they would never do anything this artistic. This is like a Kojima type deal. Like, this is something he would make. Also, are you excited for Death Stranding 2?
Oh my god, you have no fucking idea. Oh my god, I cannot fucking wait. I mean, you saw how he said that Italian actor is who is like, he said that he saw him and he's like, oh my god, that's exactly who I've always wanted to play Solid Snake if we ever made a movie.
Yeah.
He just got he got the bug and he was like, fuck it. We're doing this again. But we're doing it my way. I'm so fucking excited. I obviously I'm ready for the Kojima bait and switch where it's very like he's obviously heavily implying that it's very Metal Gear, and I've seen playtesters say the same thing. And there will probably be some other shoot, not in a bad way, but it'll be very different than what we think. But I'm very excited nonetheless.
I think it's gonna be great.
No matter what,
I haven't played 1 yet, but like when I finally play, when I finally get around to playing Death Stranding 1 and then 2, it's gonna feel like fine dining to me.
Yeah.
Death Stranding will come to me when I need it.
That's
much like Yakuza.
That's the approach that I think everyone needs to take with games. It's like, don't force yourself to play anything because you'll just end up resenting it.
It'll come to you when it needs it. Just acknowledge. It's like there's gonna be a point in time when this hits just right, and it'll come to me. I've always been very patient.
Yep, I had Sekiro and Dark Souls. I had all that on my computer, and I like barely ever touched it.
Yakuza came to you at the perfect point.
Same thing, yeah. All that shit, I had all this shit sitting on my hard drive, and then like after like I played enough Counter-Strike in COVID, and it was still going on. It was like, okay, I'll try this Sekiro thing. It looks pretty cool. And then it just if you try to force it at any other time that isn't right,
you're only gonna like get through like the first level and be like, something else will distract you.
I've beaten games where I would force myself to do it just because it's like okay, I don't want this, like, I just want to get this, I want to know what this game is about. And I always, like, just didn't, it wasn't as good. It wasn't as good when I forced it.
We got these homeless guys. I think I go through here, right?
Oh, this is the gambling place, right?
No, this is, we're going to Purgatory. Yeah, actually.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So now I gotta do some bum fights. By the way, how long do you got tonight?
I don't really have, I don't really have a ton I need to do, bro.
Oh, okay, we could chill for a bit then.
You deaf? Fuck off!
Aren't public restrooms open to everyone?
Motherfucker!
I think we could have this be longer than last time then.
Yeah. Last time was not that. What was last time? Like
2 hour 30.
Yeah, we're definitely going longer than that this time.
All right, we'll let the people know. If you want to get yourself some refreshments and beverages, I'll give you this cutscene to do so.
Follow me.
Is that Gary Buster Holmes?
So, you know my name already.
Yeah, I think. Purgatory. Well, technically, Gary Buster Holmes' chronological first appearance, I think, is 0. But this is like.
How good would Gary Buster Holmes be in Pride FC?
I mean, Gary Buster Holmes practically was in Pride FC. I think he's inspired by a real guy from Pride.
If you want to use the restroom real quick right now and grab a soda or anything.
I will grab something. I do want to. I do. After I get back, I'm going to tell you about the guy that Gary Buster Holmes is probably based off of.
All right.
The boss is down there, waiting in the very back.
I don't.
Go ahead.
I don't like hearing him say the word boss. $144 friends here. If you're new, by the way, be sure to follow. We play all kinds of oddities. Do I have any food? Oh, I should absolutely leave here and grab some food. I would love to normalize calling everyone San. Yep. Alright, let's see here. Let's go to Kobini. I wonder if there's anything to do. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck you. Felix-san. Once more, thank you to Crucified Scoop for the raid. If I have a mod in chat right now, can you give him a shout out real quick? Very good. Crap. Controller died. Press and hold. Nah, man. There we go. Join us in following Crucified Scoop. There you go. Hit him up. Hit him up.
So I think Gary Buster Holmes is based off this Pride FC fighter named Bobby Ologun. Bobby Ologun was a Nigerian immigrant to Japan, and he ended up being a pretty big TV personality.
What kind of TV personality? Like was he like selling stuff? Like was he on like variety TV?
Yeah, variety TV.
So
but he did.
Like they bring him on and be like, look at how big this guy is.
Sort of, yeah. So this is an unfortunate aspect to Pride. Was there was like earlier on they had some very bizarre and like outright racist marketing stuff where you know Rampage Jackson.
I kind of can figure where this is going.
So they market Rampage was like a kid when he was in Pride. He was so young. It's crazy. He was like 19 or 20, and Rampage is just like he's like from Tennessee or some shit, and he was like a college athlete, college wrestler. He like got injured or something, and he like ended up in very early MMA, whatever, right? Pride FC marketed him as he was just like this insane homeless guy who learned how to fight by like beating up people on the street in America. So there was like this unfortunate, like weird, like racial fascination and like sort of exploitative marketing stuff with Pride. And I think that's how they kind of initially did stuff with Bobby Ologun. But he did end up like having a real career, and he doing kickboxing. I am on his Wikipedia page now. I did not know about this assault controversy.
That always hits you like a brick wall, though. When you lose track of somebody,
yeah,
it's like oh.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I knew about him beating up, allegedly, the head of a record company. But, okay, no, there's a DV thing in here that was from 2020. That's exactly it.
Yeah, no, it's like it completely comes out of nowhere. Like whenever you like lose track of somebody, and it turns out they do something that's like you can't talk out of.
Yeah, yeah. It sucks too because I was about to say, well, Bobby Ologun ended up having a really great story, and then it's like.
And it's like yeah, he beat a woman that like it broke her like orbital bone or something like that.
God
it's like,
damn it!
It sucks. It sucks. Chat was ahead of you, and I wasn't sure what they were getting at. I wasn't sure what those oh no's were for. I can upgrade.
God damn it!
Yeah, no,
because
it sucks.
It would be such a good like.
You know what my version of that is? I wish Vince McMahon wasn't an evil pervert. Because he'd be so cool if he was like a really sweet guy. Behind his evil, if he was a really sweet guy in real life, it was like a total solid dude, and he was just the evil Vince McMahon that you saw on TV as a child. That would be so cool. But no, he played the man he actually was on TV.
Even if he was just like normal enough to like help a guy with a flat tire.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
Like, even that would be like, oh my god, that's so cool. But he's, unfortunately, one of the worst guys.
One of the worst perverts to ever, like, continue to cycle of abuse.
Oh, man. The Bobby Ologun thing, yeah, of course it happened. Everything like that happened in fucking 2020. But he,
Dude, so many wrestlers that got clean from, like, alcohol and stuff got back on the juice in 2020 and ended up, like, breaking a hip or something. Every single wrestler that got sober, like, died. Scott Hall fucking broke his hip and died. After being famously, like, wrestlers that were like, oh man, it's a great feel-good story. This guy that's a wrestler that's, like, famous for being a drunkard his entire life. He got sober. COVID happened. And then he, like, just, all it takes is breaking his hip and no one's around to help him. That happened to Scott Hall in 2021.
That sucks so much. It's like, I feel so bad. Like, I joke about early COVID because it was like all my friends who had office jobs
got the game with them one last time.
They could play fucking Counter-Strike with me. I joke about like how stupid and weird it was. And it was like genuinely like a very sad time if you were in these general circles. But
I'm gonna put it this way: whenever like I hear like you know, and I use the term "chud" facetiously because it's a nothing term now. But like right-wing adjacent people, when they like talk about like how fucked up they were from not going to a relative's funeral, I feel like we gotta at least afford them some grace because that is actually really real and that people had to fucking deal with that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That is like that is one of those like right-wing talking points where the like people feel like anger about that. It's like, no, that fucking happened. Like they're upset about that.
Oh no, dude, I same thing too with kids who like
think how fucked up it would be to be like a high schooler or a college student in that
Yeah,
time.
no. Like, I got out of college and had a job, and I immediately got fucking laid off. And I had an entire year, like, juggling student loans and, like, filing for unemployment. That sucked. And I didn't start getting out of the house until, like, 2023.
I was talking about, like, how bad that was for a lot of kids. Like, people who had, your situation where they're just entering the job market, or people who this was their last 2 years of high school or their first 2 years of college. Like, how, like, just deleterious it was to their social development, their perception of the world, and how it sort of permanently left this really sad impact, and that people have yet to recover from. And someone I know fucking yelled at me, and it was like, that's a right-wing talking point, that it was bad. Not even that it was bad, that, like, there were any bad social consequences.
You could
from
say
schools being remote.
That it couldn't be helped because
Right.
of what we didn't know. It couldn't be helped, but at the same time, obviously, when you do something like that on such a grand scale, people are gonna be fucked up by that for like a long time.
Yeah,
Everyone's still fucked up by it.
It pissed me off because it was like, well, okay, like, arguing that it's necessary, that's one thing, but saying, like, no, like, actually it didn't have any, like, it had no social impact. It did not affect kids at all to do everything remote and to conceive of all of their lives that way and to have all of these, like, life milestones. I mean, because think about what it would be like for a 17-year-old. You don't know anything. To you, this is all the biggest, like, fucking
you have
finals
just enough...
or graduating. You don't. All that is the biggest thing that's ever happened to you. And like, just saying that there's no consequence, that's like, that isn't the reason that, like, people are right wing, but it doesn't fucking help when you just completely know that none of, and anyone who has any feelings about it whatsoever, they were bad before, and this just showed how bad they were. What the fuck are you talking about? By the way, the person that did this, I know for a fact they spent all of that period, they just left and went to Hawaii with their family. And it's like, yeah, of course you don't think it was that bad, fucker.
Like,
yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, it's like, think about how slow time moved when you were like 7 to 11. Like, think about how slow 2 years moved during your child. Imagine two of those years during COVID. For us, it wasn't so bad. Eventually, it like dried up, but like 2 years worth when you're a fucking kid. When you're a fucking like one of the cast of South Park. Imagine can't imagine it.
Think about like the biggest thing I remember about like being that age is just this feeling that like kids always feel like this around that age, where it's like, oh my god, this is the most like pivotal time in my life. If I don't like get into this school, or if I don't do this right, if I don't, like start dating or whatever it is, right? If I don't get any of this right, my entire life is forfeit. I'll have fucked everything up. By the time I make it to adulthood, I will be deficient. I'll be stupid. I'll be behind my peers, either socially or academically or whatever. You're like, you have a lot of fun at that age, but it's also like very terrifying for a lot of kids.
Because you don't like, it's like you don't know. Like if
you don't know anything.
If I knew that like it didn't fucking matter what age I kissed a girl for the first time in the grand scheme of things, I would have probably lived my life as like a teenager so much less high strung.
Oh my god, yeah. I wish
I knew how easily it would come to you in your 20s.
Right, people like tell you about like what does and doesn't matter at that age, but it's you're still like a kid. You're still like, what the fuck do you know? I'm living it. But again, yeah, think about how like the incredible amounts of pressure and how like incredibly serious everything is, and just especially kids now. Like Jesus Christ, everything.
Have you ever seen how Zoomers like do call out posts against each other?
Yeah,
because they drew like two anime girls like kissing each other. And it's like technically this person is a pedophile. These two characters' ages of the Wikia are like X and Y, and it's like they will like do like life ruination type stuff, and it is insane.
So. You know what's so weird about it is it's like they took all the worst aspects of like first Trump era left liberalism, like end of Obama to all of Trump, where it's like complete, like incredibly punitive. No one is really friends. Everyone is just looking for the next person to like rip apart. Like the things that I don't think everyone was like this, obviously, but I think like in the worst, like most insular, vicious, circles, either in academic spaces or wherever at the time, were kind of like that. They took all the worst aspects of that, but without like any material politics. Like this weird, like kind of like vaguely, like this thing now where everyone thinks like a peasant.
Mm-hmm.
Where like all medicine will kill you and like birth control is evil. It's like they took the worst parts of every partisan cultural totem and thread and like jammed them together. We're like, can we do like kind of MAGA, but with like everyone should also act like someone who's in Chaz.
Chaz was my favorite thing. I loved Chaz.
Chaz
so
was
much.
awesome.
If you can't just, there is no way I could ever think that Chaz isn't funny. It's like you gave like there is nobody who has like taken more L's in the world of like discourse. Like I would say in terms of stocks, like Maoists, their stocks have risen quite a bit in the past few months and like I guess the past year. Nobody's cratered harder than the what is it? The anarchists. Anarchists are in the fucking sewer. Do you remember that one? There was this one person who posted about like what they would do in a commune to make medicine or something.
Oh my god, that's one of my favorite posts of all time. Where this guy is like very patiently like, okay, do you know what specialization is? And or like vertical integration or any of the shit that you would need to produce medicine on a scale needed to like actually meet people's needs. And the person said, I don't know about any of this. Sounds like I'd have more fun burning it down.
Talk to someone of a medicine book. I'm looking the tweet up.
Oh my god. Do you remember when they said, well, I'll just do what rural doctors have always done and do now? And it's like, yeah, that's what you do when you're a doctor in Omaha. You find the town mage to tell you how to make aspirin. You fucking asshole! What are you talking about?
I know. I'm trying to find the tweet. I'm trying to find the screen cap. By the way, the person that like tweeted that got caught up in like pedophile allegations.
Oh
so
my god!
like,
What a shock!
What a shocker. What is it? Demon Mom of real drugs.
I'm not saying that like anarchists are that. I'm saying that whenever you see someone who, you know how they say in Justified, if you run into an asshole in the morning, you ran into an asshole. You run into assholes all day, maybe you're the asshole. Whenever you see someone who they're constantly at like the center of something, almost like they really enjoy it. And not in like, not how Serb does it, where people will argue with you and you'll be like, Grok, is this true? Is Brianna Wu Muslim?
Oh my god, we gotta talk about that!
I was laughing so hard. Not in that, not in the way that you see like Serb dude or Thomas, but in the way where it's like, no, they're arguing with people for like 50 tweets on and on and on.
The way I do it. Do you remember the time when I accidentally got that when I was like making fun of the Treatler memes and I accidentally got that dog account to delete their account or something?
Oh my god, yeah.
And people were mad at me and like being like, yeah, I always knew Serb was bad. And I was like, well, I'm not gonna give you a win here, so I'm gonna like twist the knife and be like evil on purpose now.
Well, the people, I felt so bad for you and Penis.
We neither of us thought that was gonna happen.
No, I
and
felt
people were
like,
starting to like try to beat on Penis for it, and I saw Penis like sort of like wince because like he doesn't deserve that shit. He's a great guy.
No,
and I was
no,
like, you know
I mean-
what? You know what? And I was just like, you know what? People aren't being fucking fair to us. You know what? I'll be the heel. I'll be the heel. I'll draw it all away from you, buddy.
I think that the most virtuous thing you can do sometimes is try to draw aggro.
Draw aggro away from a friend.
I tried to do that for Hassan when the Ethan stuff started.
No, they never go after you. They never do it.
I made it so easy for them. I appeared on stream at my fattest, and I was really mean. And it was like, okay, I'm gonna draw aggro. I'm gonna run around so he can't hit me, and that's how I'm gonna lose this weight. But it didn't work at all.
No, they went after Hassan more. They didn't care. they never go after you. You know why? Because like people like you. They wish they would pitch for them. They wish that they could sign you in free agency, so they could stop pretending that they like Nux Taku.
I don't think they know who I am, honestly.
But I remember back in like the days when there was like 2016 to 2020. Do you remember when fascist people would be like, I hate Chapo, but Felix is honestly kind of cool? Or like you'd have like fascist people giving you kudos. Like they wanted to sign you. They wanted you to pitch for them.
Oh my god, I should have signed. I would be in the Trump administration.
You would absolutely like get Juan Soto type pay grade from like Peter Thiel and Plantier.
Oh my god, I could be. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Do you think enough time has passed yet that we can make fun of Keffels, or should we wait for 3 years?
No, my opinion on her is I think she's. I see a lot of people who like. You know, I was talking about the type of person who's always at the center of something.
That's what made me think of it.
Well, I think there's another instance where I think a lot of behavior you see online that is like people do it a lot, they do it repeatedly, and it's pathological. I don't always think it's conscious. I think with her, what I see now is someone who maybe realized that is what was going on. And I think the fact that she is now, from what I know, seems to have taken a step back, and I think that is...
She realized what was going on, what she was doing to herself.
I think, and in that case, it's, like, good for her, you know?
It's like, finally, she
yeah,
gets it.
I don't know. I'm not saying I am a completely magnanimous person who never holds grudges against anyone, but I think at a certain point you have to see everyone is sort of a prisoner to whatever, you know, especially people who have been a semi-public figure since they were like 18 or 19. They're just sort of a prisoner to circumstances in a lot of ways, and if they get, you know, some people will get some moment of clarity and they'll go, my life is like this because
I keep walking the path.
Yeah, these patterns that repeat themselves. And some people go, well, okay, how can I make the most money possible out of that? And other people go, okay, I'm going to take a step back. I rarely ever see someone actually take a step back and stick to it, but she seems to have done that, so I think good for her.
I think that she finally learned the thing that she had to do all along. There's no more ratioing SCOTUS block. She finally figured it out.
No, I hope she sticks with that.
There's no reason to be in the weeds with this stuff.
Yeah, that it just. Yeah, I think she realized that even the best version of that life fucking sucks. So I think that is great that she realized that, and it shows a lot of wherewithal and maturity to not try to get the last word in.
That's the thing that's the biggest
people over.
Thing.
Yeah.
You have to get your lick in, or you have to get your lick back.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta recognize when to go into self-exile. I'm gonna go. All right. So since we're gonna be going a little bit longer than usual, since you don't have much to really, since we both can go a bit longer, I'm gonna go take a quick leak. Chat, if you have any questions for Felix, now would be a great time. Get some good chat interaction.
This is good practice for me for when Bernie finally wins 2028.
Oh yeah, solidarity forever, baby. We're gonna get our lick back. We're gonna get our lick back against Mayor Pete for we're gonna get our lick back. Yo, Mayor Pete, we're getting our lick back.
We're getting last word in this time, asshole. Best Ace Combat. That's a good question. I don't know how many people are into Xbox 360 emulation. I've recently been toying around with that and PS3 emulation. Because PS3 emulation especially it was tricky to get going, but I finally got it going for a very, well, not the most ambitious project in the world, not the most difficult, but I am going to be doing a version of Movie Mindset for games, and the first thing I'm doing is obviously Metal Gear. And I think you'll really like who I do it with. So I've just been getting ready to go through all of those again in preparation for the episodes. But because, now I can emulate all that shit, I've been playing older Ace Combats. Shattered Skies is fucking incredible, obviously. And that's very easy to emulate because you can emulate it on PS2. And it looks so good. You will not believe that they made this fucking game in 2002. Shattered Skies is probably all things being equal, accounting for when things were made, accounting for PS2 as a platform, that's probably the best. What is the absolute most fun to play? What the core gameplay is the best, and it looks the best. I think that can be Ace Combat 7 if you include the DLC. Though I think once you actually break down the structure and the layout, you definitely see the problems they had in development. I think it's the worst. It's the worst they ever did boss fights. In so much as they actually have boss fights in that series, they just have a plane that's faster and takes more missiles to kill. I really don't like how all the boss fights have super scripted components. I feel like they built Mihaly Shalaj up so much, and his fight sucks. But when it's good, it's so fucking good, and it feels great, and it looks awesome. I just hope that 8, they kind of have their shit together during development more. Though I know a lot of that's out of their control. But Ace Combat 6, I really, really loved. That is the one. What is the fucking one I played on the 360? Recently.
Was that the one that takes place in Afghanistan or something?
No, you're thinking of
that was the first one I got. I got that one. I stream that again or something.
Assault Horizon?
Yeah.
Assault Horizon is bizarre because it takes place in the real world. And they try a bunch of, it's during this period that I think Rocky has also talked about a lot, where every Japanese company was trying to emulate American stuff. A very dark, 2010 through 2012 about in gaming. And there's a lot of that in Assault Horizon, but Assault Horizon's weird because it also has a lot of the kind of good ideas, but it's shitified by that being made in that time. Ace Combat 6 is the one I'm thinking of. Ace Combat
had a 3DS Ace Combat game. That must feel insane to play. I would have to get a copy.
People really like that one, apparently.
3DS was a good console. It was a very, very reliable one. That got me through college. That was my college handheld. I also had a Vita. Everyone loves the Vita that owned a Vita.
The Vita actually was a really good fucking portable.
It's so good. It has every single weird Japanese game that wouldn't have had a chance anywhere else.
Yes.
They put it on there.
That's where the weird Yakuza high school game is.
I've never heard of it. I probably have to take a look at it. There was anything of Japanese delinquents is a fucking sick manga or sick video game.
Another person in chat. Anyone play Project Wingman? Would you recommend it if you like Ace Combat? Yes. If you like Ace Combat, absolutely play Project Wingman. They actually, if you want to know what a good arcade flight sim boss fight looks like, it's Project Wingman. They figured it out. That game is fucking awesome, and it was made by like one guy. It is completely worth your time and money. Absolutely buy that. Oh yeah, no, I have played Il2, and I would like to take another crack at it now that I've gone really deep into DCS, even though it is much harder than DCS, and for my money, those are way harder to figure out to even how to even get off the ground compared to an FA18 in DCS. But I really, I love stuff like that. I love it when a game is completely like someone has cast their lot and they're completely on the side of realism. And if you think it's shitty or inconvenient, they're like, fuck you. I hope there are always games like that.
Random Guy has a great point. Yakuza games might be the best I've ever seen a video game treat the homeless.
Yeah!
Especially 7.
Yakuza is like one of the most pro-humanity gaming series ever made.
Every single game you have to like put yourself in the shoes of someone that's homeless.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like always sub-stories about like a homeless person protecting a stray cat.
Oh, one of the most beloved protagonists in the series was homeless until Kiryu and Nishiki inadvertently gave him a bunch of yen.
Oh yeah, Akiyama, right?
Yeah.
I love Akiyama so much.
What a fucking awesome character.
You know who my favorite part of Akiyama's storyline is? And I post about her a lot. I love that he has just his fat receptionists.
I love Hana-chan. I love her. I love like
she has her like stationary workout stuff. And when he saw her like thin, he's like, "Oh my god, are you all right?" It's not like, "Hana-chan, you're hot." It's like, "Are you okay?"
It's so they have such a fucking funny dynamic.
She beat up the people that came in there.
Yeah. She beats the shit out of them. She like kills that guy. She kicks him off the fire escape me in his fucking head.
She was awesome, and I wish she stuck around in the games. I wish he was still Rubenesque.
Man, why? I hear people like the Majima Pirate game, but it's like, why did we get that before a fucking Akiyama game?
Seriously,
Akiyama is like barely in
he was so like I loved what's his name Oda from Zero. I love the smooth senpai type.
10 billion yen.
Oda is as like bizarro evil Akiyama is awesome. Where it's like Akiyama is the kind-hearted, philanthropic, greasy guy, and Oda he's on the dark side of the grease.
And at least he has his come to Jesus moment.
Yeah.
I love the whole thing where you go to a cafe with him and learn, like he does how to win friends and influence people type stuff with you.
You know what I love about Oda is when he's like bleeding out and fuck, I forgot the blind woman's name. What's wrong with me? She goes, "Hey, can you move? Can we get you help?" And even Oda is like, "What the? I'm the guy who trafficked you and ruined your life. What's wrong with you?"
It was so
Makoto.
sad. It was,
Makoto.
It was so sad seeing the post-credit scene, seeing like Majima run into her again, and he's like halfway through to become crazy Majima, and he just feels so sad.
That was so good. Did you play in Kiwami 2? The only redeeming feature of Kiwami 2 at the end of like the weirdly half-baked Majima, like, I don't even think you'd call it DLC. The scene with Makoto makes it all worth it. Made the entire game worth it for me.
I didn't do the Majima stuff in that yet. I didn't know I had to. I have to. Now I can go back and do that because I love that engine a lot. I love that engine. I love going into Wild Jackson and breaking chairs and getting kicked out.
Oh, I love how Kiryu has the density of like
I loved breaking stuff in that game.
Kiryu has the density of an ultra-massive black hole at every restaurant especially when you go to 7-Eleven. Like,
I love that. I saw this one
everything.
GIF when that game came out, and it was just Kiryu beating up all the shelves and breaking everything. It was so cool. You know what I've been getting on? I've been getting on my Cameron Feder type stuff and getting into Godzilla movies. They are so cool. Any like Tokusatsu movie where like they do like it was just a guy in a suit and they're just like hitting each other and they're just like blowing up small dioramas. Those are legitimately cool, and I've been watching a lot of those lately. Like the Don Fry movie, like where he's just an American general and he speaks English and everyone understands him. And there's Matrix fight scenes where he's just like beating up aliens with like Pride FC moves. It's so cool. I haven't watched Ghidorah yet. I'm a Mothra guy because half the movie is just like there is like these two small. There's these two tiny women. Felix, have you ever seen that clip of like what is it? Scorsese and his daughter, and they're talking about a Godzilla movie.
Yeah.
And he's like talking about there are these two tiny women in it. They're called the Peanuts. But they actually are called that. They're like a Japanese singing duo called the Peanuts. And in the movie, it's really funny because like this one salaryman discovers these two tiny women. He's like, I found these two tiny women. They're claiming to come from a place called Infant Island. They're saying they're about to summon some worm or something, but I don't care about that. I'm gonna use them for toothpaste commercials. And then they summon this giant worm to attack Tokyo, and it's just like wriggling around. And halfway through the movie, they sing to it, and it turns into a giant moth, and it fights Godzilla. And then halfway through the movie, he's like, apologize to the tiny beauties. And the guy's like, I'm sorry. I tried to make you be in toothpaste commercials. Mothra is the best movie out of all of them for that reason. It's just a giant, like, worm, and they probably have a Japanese guy, like, inside a costume wriggling on a diorama for it. It's so cool. I would have loved, if I could quantum suit upside, I would love to like keep on going into the reality until I'm like born in 1950 Japan and I'm like I grow up to work on like Tokusatsu movies. Like I would love to be the guy that like does dioramas that they blow up in Power Rangers shows. Either that or like work on Thomas the Tank Engine where I'm blowing up like British train stations. Cause Thomas the Tank Engine's burning too much coal and slams into it. I looked at like old Thomas the Tank Engine episodes once, and those get really fucking violent with their explosions.
One of the most interesting things I ever heard on Come Town was they were talking about like why are autistic guys like so into Thomas the Tank Engine, and Nick said he had heard someone like someone who is just some asshole apparently said it's because like the faces being so big like makes it
easier
like more
easier to read expressions.
Like yeah, it makes the expressions like more coherent and legible, which I thought was incredible. I never thought about that.
I love Thomas the Tank Engine. I started following, like, I followed one account that was like a Japanese Twitter person that follows every new Thomas like thing that goes on, and they freak the fuck out when they finally added his Japanese bullet train character. That is Scott Norton. That is Scott Norton.
As always, there is no
That's Scott Norton.
And no rules.
There's a bald Scott Norton. We're facing the NWO. Come on, man, do something! What the fuck, man?
Where's some jobbers in the fucking arena?
Come on, man! Ring the bell! Ring the bell! I'm more of a Ringo guy for the Thomas narrators, because that's what the VHS tapes when I was a kid was. I have a younger brother that, like, has a different strain of autism than me. It's a bit lighter, but, like, he's a model train guy. But he's also completely also a gym freak to the degree where he works out twice a day and, like, he cups his back and shit. So he does, like, 2 insane, like, workouts a day, and then he goes downstairs to work on his model train diorama. My brother's awesome. When I went to go see him downstairs, dude, he got a new train. He's like, hey man, I just bought a train from let me pause this. Let me tell my brother's story. My brother is like my brother, for reference, he's like a Lawbertarian, like a center right, like he's a center Lawbertarian guy, where he's like, yeah, no, I hate seed oils and I love using Wagyu beef tallow. His whole thing with his diet is he hates seed oils and loves beef tallow. And that's his whole, like, Lawbert, like, angle. Like, he's just, like, a weird seed oil guy. But he also loves model trains. So one day, I come downstairs, he's like, yo, bro, guess how much money this normally goes on the market for? And I'm like, I don't know. And he shows me this model train. It's like a New Haven line train. Felix, you ever, like, go to a train station, see, like a Metro North train or whatever?
Yeah.
So he got, like, a new Metro North train. He's like, dude, you gotta check this out. It's got a whole, like, startup. Like, my brother's, like, this huge, like, 6'5" guy with, like, a mullet, and he's just, like, built wide. Like, he, like, looks like, he's, like, he's insane. He's, like, an insane, like, Big Show type builds. And he's just, like, working his model trains, like, dude, check it out. This train has a whole startup thing. And he just, like, moves, like, the needle of, like, the train to, like, start. And you just hear, like, the train from the inside go, attention everyone, please put your hands and feet inside the train. And you just hear, like, a diesel, like, fake diesel startup, and it just, like, starts puffing the smoke. He's like, yeah, I just got that liquid smoke off of eBay the other day. And he's just, like, showing me it. And it's just, like, this huge, buff, jacked dude, just, like, fawning over this model train. He's like, check it out. It even has a shutdown thing. And it's like, ding, 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 ding. He's like, isn't that cool? And I'm like, dude, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
That's so awesome. I feel like, this isn't common at all, but I feel like I more frequently see guys who are, like, into bodybuilding or powerlifting, like, guys who are just, like, enormous, like, very athletic, who are into, like, model trains or, like, something weird, like building ships in bottles. I feel like I see that way more now than I used to.
I, like, frequently, like, describe myself to, like, my, like, normie friends. I'm like, yeah, I'm like one of the best kind of white guys that suck, that, like, really like Japan. Like, I tell people that I'm, like, a genre of white guy that fucking sucks. Like, I own it. I'm like, yeah, I'm a place, Japan guy. I was at, like, I went to the Subway Series game the other day. And the first fucking thing I did is I grabbed a fucking Sapporo and I was like, you know what I am about. And I'm just like, yeah, you know, I'm your friend that fucking likes Japan that fucking sucks. I was like the friend I was hanging out with was like, he was my dog's vet, but now he works at the MGM Grand Casino, like, taking care of the horses. And he, like, we had, like, a whole conversation about, like, I know which horses are going to win, and I pick them right every time, but I can't ethically do anything about this information. Like,
that's, like, such a good job for veterinarian. When you said he worked at the MGM Grand, I thought, what the fuck could a vet do there?
He takes care of the horses. He's Guatemalan, and I have a story he told me. He's like, he was working on, like, the second place horse. Like, this one breeder kept on having the guy, like, having his horses place, like, show or whatever, so he kept on having to work on him. And he had, like, great animal husbandry where, like, he, like, took care of the horses liked him. And he started speaking Spanish in front of the other guys. There's a bunch of Guatemalan guys. My friend's Guatemalan. And they're like, oh, yeah, you're Spanish? He's like, oh, yeah, I'm from Guatemala. And he's like, oh, man. They start suddenly speaking English around. It's like, we thought you were a fucking gringo. And, like, and one of the guys, like one of the jockeys, like, goes away. And they come back to him. He's like, yo, this is from El Patron. Like, they call, like, the head breeder, they call him El Patron. And they were like, he really likes you, man. He likes how you handle the horses. Here, this is a favor from him. And they give him a bunch of, like, clothes of, like name brand, like, jumpsuits of, like, polo logos and whatnot that are normally for jockeys in his size. And he's like, dude, and he, like, tells me, he's like, dude, I'm scared these people are going to ask me for a favor, man. And I tell him, like, dude, here's how you do it. Here's how you pay back a favor, and, like, you don't go into the gray area. Just be like a fucking veterinarian on retainer that they could call you any time of day. You could be like a mob doctor or like a mob lawyer, but for horses. That way you don't gotta like tell them that like they pass a test, they piss hot or whatever. Just be a doctor on retainer. If they got like a horse that's foaling or whatever, like you just be there, Johnny on the spot at 2 a.m. Like. He would, like, see these guys show up to MGM Grand, like, these horse breeders and, like, trainers. They would be, like, 80 years old with, like, a 20-year-old girl on their shoulder, and they'd have, like, Nikola Jokic showing up with them in their entourage. I'm not kidding. It is the Nikola Jokic, and he's, like, just, like, seeing him, like, just there at the casino. Is like, this guy that's, like, 80 years old, and he's, like, dating this 25-year-old that's, like, very clearly there for the money. And I'm just like, man, what a fucking life that would be.
Does like do like celebrities hang out there just because
if they're into gambling, they'll show up there. It's an NY Metro casino and like horse racing place, so I think so.
How popular is like horse racing with like younger gamblers now? Are they into that?
Mid-20s? Yeah, no, I had a guy, my roommate in college knew ball with that, and he'd always be on like the phone, and he'd be like 20 years old. There's people, you will find pockets of people that know ball with that, and they like just are constantly involved in it.
I guess like, yeah, it would be possible to like learn so much about the horses, and there's like, it seems like the upside for winning, like you can gamble and win in like such high multiples compared to like other sports betting.
My friend like would tell me about like the stuff he would like just like on paper like say like, okay, if I were to do this, I'd bet this and this and this, and he hit like like 4 different times in one night, $2 to like $500 payout like bet stuff. But he had the inside stuff where he was just like, oh yeah, I worked on this horse, and this horse that normally would win showed up coughing, so I'm not gonna bet on them.
What's the problem with clomping? Like, what does that indicate?
Coughing? I like it's like if like a horse is like, so horses can pee on command. If a horse doesn't pee on command, my friend tells me, that horse has probably got something wrong with it, and it's not gonna win, even if it's a favorite. So if a horse isn't peeing, there's something wrong with it. It's probably not gonna win. I learned a lot. In that car ride up to Yankee Stadium. And none of that information he could ever, like, be allowed to use. And he actually, like, it's crazy because he knows who's going to win. But it's interesting because I want to go to Empire Casino, and I want to go see the pony races. It seems fun in a way. Like, you get to also see a race. Like, you're gambling is gambling. You get to see a race too.
The only like in-person sports gambling I ever did was at the UFC, and I did a couple bets on the undercard just because I was familiar with the fighters, and this is what I was still like following it incredibly closely. But I had a parlay on the main event, and it was I think the third Verdum versus Overeem fight. The third in all time, because they had two pretty shitty fights one in Strike Force, I believe, and one in Pride that is... One of them is the worst fights of all time, and it was only outdone by this horrible main event, even though the rest of the card was pretty good. I went to UFC 213 in Vegas. That was the one. And I would have... Like, you know, parlays pay out an insane fucking amount if they hit. I was very close, but Verdum just could not... He couldn't do it. I had him winning by decision. And I got the main event right.
Sucks.
I got the main event right because I really like Robert Whittaker, but God, it was a really like, it wasn't like the most stacked card I ever saw, but it was a pretty good one. But like that Verdum Overeem fight just like took all the air out of the arena. Like people weren't even booing; they were just like bored. Like, too bored to even, like, make the affirmative choice of hating it.
Shit, my controller died right when I got a good throw. Xbox controllers love to have their, like, USB-C ports, like, wear out on you.
Oh, I have totally given up on using the proprietary Xbox controller. I use, I use an ROG Xbox controller. That I just always... I never do the wireless thing. I hate wireless controllers. And it has never failed me.
I might have to.
Yeah, get the Asus Xbox controller that has, like, a stupid little pointless LCD screen on it. It's very good. It made me stop playing Sekiro on a PS5 controller. Made me realize how bad that controller is.
It's crazy. Like, I know this is like boilerplate, but like the PS5 controllers are like so much more durable.
Oh, they're tough. Yeah, I still have like the original one that mine came with. I still use it all the time, but it's like it kind of sucks for Sekiro. I think it's a good controller for some other stuff, but there's
we're getting close now.
There's something wrong with the, like, L1 and R2. I cannot describe it, but it's like, there's something fucky about it. And it's not just this one controller. It's just not as good.
Come on. Am I gonna run into this last like fight with like low health if I don't like clear this guy?
I forget how it works with healing. I know the last arena I played was the one in... Have you played Gaiden? The one with Kiryu as a secret agent?
Not yet.
It's a weird, like, little game. Like, it's not very long, and there's not a lot of side stuff. And you do not go to Kamurocho at all, really. But it's pretty fun, and there's a lot of arena stuff.
Damn it.
But I don't think they did not let you heal an arena in that one.
Okay, now I have to... Alright, I'm dying in this one. I hate whenever, like, your Xbox controller gets towards the end of your life, because you have to hold your arms and your hands completely in the same place.
Yeah, it's... I seriously recommend the ROG.
I gotta get the ROG.
It's really not that expensive either. I know, like, sometimes you'll just think, like, okay, what's the most expensive one where the USB port won't fuck up? And you see ones that are, like, $250 for no reason. But this one, I think it was like $50 when I bought it. Yeah, the Raikiri.
Do I have quick step in this game?
I don't think so. So I could be wrong.
That's brutal.
I've only played Kiwame 1.
Alright, well, you
So,
know what?
I don't know.
I might as well like start like thinking the educated gamer and waiting for him to like do stuff like that and then hitting him.
I have this problem when I go back to games like this.
I realize I have to like wait for them to like do the 3-part move and then start running in on him.
You know this problem with games from like PS2 where you go back after playing something contemporary, where it's hard to describe, but like every melee focused game now is so involved and has such a like parry or dodge based system that's it's so implemented into, there's so many audio visual cues. It's weird to go back to something that is just, you just have to feel out like this.
It's crazy how much the guy that was at XCon was an easy jump, and now I go play. You go up against one Mai Tai guy.
This guy has probably been terrorizing the arena. I mean, like, he is fighting a bunch of homeless guys and like whoever the fuck.
Yeah, whoever is not welcome back in the United States.
There's a Japanese MMA fighter, Imanari. What is his first name? It's Masakusu. Let me see. Yeah, Masakusu Imanari. He's Shinya Aoki's training partner.
Oh wait, Shinya Aoki. Is that the guy? Oh man, I think I know him.
He usually wears like leg rash guards when he fights.
I saw him in a DDT show, I think. I think he comes out the Baka Survivor.
That he did walk out to that song in MMA, so that's probably him.
I've seen him. He's awesome. He's one of my favorites.
He was Aoki was a pretty, for people who followed like post Pride Japan stuff.
Point later, I
very
don't care.
popular. He had a training partner, Masakuzu Imanari, who he was a bantamweight who specialized in leg locks and like heel hooks, like all the most like, you know, potentially career-ending shit if you're on the other side of it, because you could just clean tear your ACL.
Yeah.
And Imanari is banned from entering the United States because he was going to come here to do a seminar on leg locks. And the DHS agent was like, okay, you know how they're like, you know, what are you coming here for? Blah, blah, blah. And Imanari he's such like a weird asshole. He's like, oh, I'm coming here for terrorism.
What? That's epic.
Yeah. He's such a psycho.
I love psychopaths like that.
Aoki, to my knowledge, has not done anything like that.
I hate the way that, like, if you aren't facing him perfectly, you can't get your combos off.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like this,
like
I got him.
Yeah. There's an intentionality in modern combat systems that you don't usually see in a game that's like 20 years old or more. And that's what makes it so difficult.
Kimono bottle.
Usually a game like this, it's like, you know,
now I'm doing all right.
A game like this where you're like not using really a lock-on system like that is, they usually have like some solution. There's some like logic to how it's gonna work, but you really have to. It's weird the way that you need to position yourself to make sure that you're actually connecting.
Like, see, right now I could lose this if he like gets enough. Like, see, does that? Yeah, come on, do a 3-piece. Okay. All it takes is for him to do one dodge. Yo, yes. Okay, we got him.
Nice.
Took a bit there. We got it. I know things come in threes, though. If you're new here, please be sure to follow, of course.
Unbelievable!
You could give me
Our
another.
special guest cannot be stopped. Well, here we go. It seems that the next challenger has just been decided. We have a special surprise.
Where does he get off?
Our champion has returned.
Gary Buster
For the
Holmes.
past 3 years, this true warrior has been undefeated.
I love him.
Coming to you from the underground fighting pits of Las Vegas.
Gary Buster Holmes, obviously, the name is based on Buster Douglas, but I think he's also partially based on Bob Sapp.
The greatest tomato can of all time.
I love Bob Sapp.
Do you even listen to yourself when you open your mouth?
Undefeated gangster versus undefeated pit fighter. This is the fight of the century. Now, fight!
Imagine this guy is easier to like hit with my moves than the other guy. Let's see here. Yeah, no, wait. Oh, shit. Dude, this guy's fucking insane. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're alright. Wait a minute. Okay, we're alright. We got pretty good. We got pretty good up there. For some reason, Kiryu started, like, facing the wrong way. Alright, we got this. We got this. Oh! Come on, please. Oh, we just can't let him get that combo off. And then he'll just do that lariat. Okay, we're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close. Okay, we just can't let him get that one combo where he just starts wailing on my head. Okay, okay, that's a little bit better. Let's get him in the corner. Ah, I started facing the wrong way. And I get like, you still there, Felix?
Yeah.
We're so close. We're so close. We're so close. We're so close. And then we could talk about Pride FC again.
Gary Buster Jones' body is so weird.
There we go. All right.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, just
make
like
make him kite him.
Combo to break his guard and repeat. There's no shame in just completely running in the other direction. No lock-on, no dash system, I think.
There we go. There we go. Ah, wait. Ah, we were close.
Oh my god, yeah. That was like 1 or 2 combos away.
There's no way you could get me to switch to easy. No fucking way.
No, there's just like, there's no point. You beat it, then where's satisfaction?
And then it's like, alright. Okay, we're gonna walk away. I think the key is... There we go. I think having heat is the key here.
Yeah. Well, heat just like seems to make you so much be able to dash in so much faster.
No, my controller, my controller, my controller! Fuck me, dude. You see, all right. This is an advertisement for the ROG Ally controller. If you are sick and tired of your gaming sessions being ruined by your micro USB-C port on your controller wearing out.
Oh, I forgot it uses a micro USB. That's probably the entire problem with it. The one I use is just USB-C. I think that's why it's like so much more reliable. Like it doesn't fuck up after being used for a while.
Oh shit. Nano Dezu, don't even ankle bite that. This is already a frustrating situation for me. No, never easy. No, we're so close. We're like 2 combos.
Yeah, he was like 1 combo away. If you like switch to easy after like, you know, literally within 1 shot,
That, like,
you'll never be
go
satisfied.
back. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you can't do it right. Because it's like, well, fuck, I already did it.
Damn it. I got too hungry. Okay, wait. Okay, let's do this. Nah, no, they'll do that lariat. Wait, did the PS2 Yakuza don't refill your bar after a death? No. This is, I think, one of the harder aspects of the game, no?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have him do his combo first. Oh, this is a bad start. Let's get some offense on it.
The bad starts are like, yeah, always worth playing through just because, I don't know.
No, because you get through, you learn the combos better.
Exactly, it's
you learn
more
the rhythm
time learning. Worst case, it's more time learning it.
You see, the frustrating thing is the camera starts to move too. Damn it!
Yeah, that's what I noticed is like, you'll be doing well, and then he'll get out of frame, and it just, you have no, there's no way of like knowing what to do.
Look at that. Like you should be punching with him in front of you in a Yakuza game.
Yeah.
I don't remember the early games being hard. This is just a bit weird.
It's hard. It's hard to the extent that like playing almost any game from like 20 years ago after being used to modern combat system where there's so much more intentionality and you know there's design around the idea of like, okay, what do I do when when like the camera freaks out? Oh, I have a dodge button. Or there's like some soft lock type thing where if it's me and one other guy that I'm fighting, everything I throw will be aimed at him. With this, there's like none of that, so.
And then you get runs like this. Like there was no reason why I should even dodge that. Oh, if
you got this.
Okay, come on.
Yeah!
There you go.
Holy
and then
shit!
You have runs
very
and then you have runs like that where it's just like everything feels like it's magnetized at the guy you're hitting.
Yeah.
That wasn't even that long.
Very well done. It wasn't that long, but it just like when you're frustrated, and especially when there's a chat, just like having the wherewithal to stick with one like that.
Let's. Do you want to cut it at 4 hours?
Yeah, sure.
All right, we'll go one more hour.
All right, I'm gonna grab something really.
Yep.
Like I'll be like a couple minutes. Be back in a sec.
It's all about. I want to try to get some more progress in the game for like the next time we go do it, so we could actually have like an actual series. Okay, let's talk with him. We're talking about the Tojo clan, by the way. What you guys know about the Tojo clan? No, not Nishiki. Getting stuck on something while you're live is a horrible feeling. Yeah, but I'm happy I got through it, and I didn't even go down a difficulty level. It's hard to walk and chew gum at the same time when it's like this. Anyways, if you're new, by the way, be sure to follow. Is that why DSP always looks like he's manically depressed? DSP's bad at games in a unique way. Have you seen the pizza party clip? What DSP pizza party clip? DSP struggling to eat rations in MGS2 fills me with life. Oh, we could talk about DSP. I refuse to talk about DSP because he was on like a lolcow show and he was buddy with the host evidently for a bit. So I was like, oh man, if I talk shit about him, it's gonna like upset my quiet little life or anybody else. If I had on Mansoor and I talked about DSP while he was buddy with a lolcow host show, like that would have been like, no. But now we can talk shit about him again because they betrayed him. DSP, we'll talk about DSP with Felix in a bit. I'll ask him what his favorite DSP moment is. Leopard ate his face? Yeah, no, he got wrapped up with people that very obviously were going to betray him. They had me though. Uh-oh, cutscene time. I'll be quiet.
What? Oh, I see. You have a visitor.
Visitor?
Let's check it out. Hold on.
What? What the?
Dude, you have rare Animal Crossing fish in your office. Dog shit pizza. If you get Domino's pizza with low sauce, high cheese, it is like some of the best joy slop you could ever stuff in your mouth.
I can imagine your surprise. This is the real purgatory. 5 years ago, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department installed 50 surveillance cameras in Kamurocho. Supposedly used for counter-terrorist purposes, but they haven't been working properly. Anyways, I've been watching everything that goes on in this town with my 10,000 cameras. Hey, show us the visitor.
Yes, sir.
Date?
No.
Is that blood? What happened to him?
Who shot
Let's
Date?
retrace his steps, shall we? Threw up all the footage we took of this guy. Date. Looks like his life finally went to shit.
You know Date?
Boss, this was 10 minutes ago.
Just grab Haruka. What the fuck? No! Date, get her! No! What
Boss,
the
who's in
hell?
trouble? What is it? I'm switching to the live feed. Kazuma, Date is in trouble.
We need to save him. How many times do they use this plot of shadowy group his cameras all over the city in Yakuza series? Well, it's always the same place. It's always purgatory. It's so noisy outside. Make yourself at home. Thank you. Does anyone know I could get some stamina and Royale? Alright, we're going to save Date-san. Flores does disappear for a while for some reason. I remember that. Didn't you help him out with his son? His chud son? And he's like, I'm gonna pretend not to know him. Well, you bring your son in, you bring his son in there, and he's like, he pretends not to know him, and he's like, oh, I guess I'll help you. Who remember? Alright, what's this bum fight going on here? He's such a piece of shit father. Yeah, no, his son was like coming to him, and like his son seemed like he genuinely was in trouble, but he's just like, yeah, fuck you.
Detective.
Fuck you, son.
I'm sorry.
Hello.
Haruka's been...
Haruka's been...
I know.
Hey, he's a fucking pig.
Yeah, kill him! That fucking pig? He's the one that busted my ass!
No!
That's enough.
Fuck that!
I'm gonna beat this piece of shit cop to death!
No, blue lives matter sometimes.
Tonight, boys.
Kill his ass!
No,
Yeah.
blue lives matter sometimes.
Listen to me.
I suggest you blow me. Why the fuck would we listen to you?
I'm Kazuma.
What's your problem? What are you gonna do about it?
Kazuma, stop.
You all want to kill him so bad.
You're gonna have to get through
You
me.
won't mind coming through me first.
Wow. Versus the bums of purgatory.
Motherfucker!
Okay, I got this. The bums are really weak. But they also know Japanese Puroresu moves. Okay, hold on.
You're not from around here. You're not from around here.
You're not from around here. Alright, I need to beat up one of these Kevin Smith type guys. Okay, they're giving me a little bit too much. Okay, hold on.
You're not from around here.
Hey, you're not being very nice to me. Die, Kevin Smith, die. Oh, shit. Fuck you, Jinpei. Fuck you, Persona 3. These are wandering Ronin, not bums. Potato, potato.
You're very strong.
It's you. Kage from Purgatory.
It's been a long time, Detective Date. Kazuma, the car that was carrying the girl stopped at the batting cage. Don't worry. I'll put this info on your tab.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
You know he's an ex-cop. He was selling confidential information on the black market. I was the one who busted him.
Wait a minute. Wait.
After that.
Jesus Christ, I just
Surprised to
realized.
find him here.
Is that...
Kazuma,
Sam from Sam and Max?
They took Haruka.
Wait.
Majima family.
Wait.
Of all the people, Majima.
Can someone Google it? Does he call Kiryu a little buddy? I think he does. Yeah, it is, LOL. Holy shit, Date-san's voiced by Sam from Sam and Max? He's voiced by Bill Farmer. Holy shit. And Goofy. Well, who cares about Goofy? What is this guy talking about? Wait, is Felix still here? He had to get something. If he accidentally muted his mic, say it now in chat. Everyone say, Felix, are you still there? Felix, we summon you. I hope he didn't overdose. I hope a fucking Jewish Rube Goldberg machine didn't slay him or something. I like calling Rube Goldberg machines Jewish machines. I like say the antagonist of the Final Destination movies is a Jewish spirit named Rube Goldberg. Felix, you're playing Sekiro. Come back. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be like, don't know if you're back. There we go. I typed to him, don't know if you're back, but if you're not, I can't hear you. He fell in. No! Fuck! This is another Persian guy. What a nice guy. Too bad you're gonna die. Alright, I gotta beat up more Persian people. You better believe we're gonna get to the Majima fight. Later stage PS2 games look incredible. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of PS2 games where they really get a lot of mileage out of them, you know? Like, there's some late 360 games that look fucking fantastic. Every Gran Turismo game, Gran Turismo 4 still looks fucking fantastic. Gran Turismo 4 is a fucking spectacle of a game. Gran Turismo 3, as a launch title, still looks great. I might even partake in that later. Who knows? Prepare to die. All right, let's beat up another Majima guy. I don't know where Felix is.
Okay, sorry about that. I was getting my leftist Grubhub. No, I'm just kidding. I had to get a package from my lobby, and the elevator like took forever.
No, I feel that. I kept people waiting. People were talking about how like late PS2 games still look really good by today's standards.
Oh my god, not just late ones. Have you put like
Gran Turismo 3 still looks good.
Gran Turismo 3 looks fucking incredible.
Gran Turismo 4 looks like a PS like a Xbox 360 game.
Have you ever played Ace Combat Shattered Skies?
No, I gotta get into Ace Combat. I think is about to get to the point in time where it's about to find me, and we'll have some very good conversations about it very soon.
I think you'll love it. But
I will.
Ace Combat 4 looks fucking like you cannot believe when it came out when you played it. MGS2 that's obvious. Everyone knows that one.
We're about to get into a quiet zone, just like keep that in the back thing, because we're about to listen to Mark Hamill.
Oh right! Oh my God! Right, this is an awesome Mark Hamill scene.
We'll get back to it. We'll get to it. I have enough healing items that I could probably make good work of him. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Let's hear Joker Majima. Good casting, though.
Long time no see, Kazuma-chan. How delightful to see you. It just fills me up with joy. Face to face with the Dragon of Dojima. We can cross swords and have a real fight, right? Kazuma-chan, you know what I mean, don't you?
There's just one Persian guy there.
Cut it out.
Hey.
I really like what Mark Hamill did with Majima.
It really is great.
Whatever. Go ahead.
We're never gonna see the Persia guy anymore.
No, there's so many people in this game where it's like that guy was just beaten to death.
Didn't I? Kazuma-chan.
It's I love the minor characters and cutscenes. They just get beaten to death.
But I am.
I like how he became a respectful construction worker in 2.
Come on, let's do this.
Yeah, he really turned things around.
Get ready to get fucked up.
Fucked up. I love that line delivery.
Majima doing a thread about how he used to post on 4chan would be bad.
Yeah, he does a Trolls Remorse type deal.
Everyone read Majima's article in Deadspin. About how
Majima's reading about how he used to like post on 4chan. What kind of, do you think that he would have been an X4chan poster that got Trolls Remorse? You really can't do the Trolls Remorse like angle if you're an X4chan guy. Cause like the best move to play is like to go with water, be like, yeah, I used to be there. But like don't like lead into have like what me and Rocky do. It's like, yeah, we clearly used to post there. But like we like, you know, it's like oh man, like all the good stuff, like the Bane posting. You know what Bane posting is? Like that horrible scene from the Dark Knight Rises, like stuff like that. A celebration of the culture.
I think there's something just so. It's like a form of egotism where you're like, yes, I was one of the people that ruined America with my bad attitude.
And it's like no, you didn't.
No, you didn't. Yeah, you were just. Also, I'm just immediately suspicious of people who are like,
I have to atone for things I did when I was like 12, and it's like, I'm not saying that they're always like hiding a worse thing they did, but it's a strange impulse. It at least gives me pause.
Of course I was shitty when I was in like my teens to like early 20s.
Well, because it's weird because it happened during a cultural moment where it was like it was still like kind of controversial in some circles, but like this idea that like I don't know, that like you know that crazy woman on TikTok who like when a high schooler will like lip sync a song with the N-word, she'll be like, this is their principle, let's kill them.
Yeah.
There's something weird about like doing that so you have license to like go after, like it's okay to do that.
Oh yeah, so it's like I atoned. Why didn't this person? And they're like, 15-year-olds.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, no. It's like I'm gonna be completely honest. If you were a 4chan user in like 2009 to like 2015, you really didn't do anything wrong. You have nothing to atone for because you're just like, hey guys, I'm on the TV board. Isn't this scene where Bane like acts weird funny? And it's just like, yeah, it was.
Or if it's like, okay, if you were like anyone who was online during those during, you know, from that like Bush to Obama period, right?
Yeah, Bush Obama.
It's like, yeah, you probably said things or thought things were funny that like would you would think are in bad taste now, but that's not like, I just don't know how that's like there needs to be a public reckoning. Like, do we have to do that with everything? Do we have to do like everyone thought that like certain things or certain types
doing
of
the
jokes
Nuremberg trials for like Xbox lobbies?
Yeah, there's something like, I think it is rooted in a type of egotism where it's like you probably wonder, you know, I'm so good now. You probably wonder if I was always good. Sadly, I wasn't.
There was a kind of Elon era Twitter is way worse than 4chan has ever been. You're correct.
Yeah, 100%.
There is this kind of person that is addicted to giving soliloquies as if they're in a play about their life.
Yeah.
People love giving soliloquies about their life. They're talking about like, oh, I used to do this. Oh man, I used to do that. They love to talk about. Majima was so cool for this. I remember this scene.
Oh, you boon.
It's it's like those when like a born again guy is like, I was a fucked up criminal and I was actually the best criminal, but then I like found God, and it's like, you're still bragging, asshole.
Privilege of killing him.
Majima.
Oyabun. Oh no.
Oh no, Oyabun.
Hey, call the ambulance.
Hey, call that ambulance.
Majima has some real like slapstick moments in these games. These first two especially.
He when this happened, he was so cool.
Haruka.
The first time I saw this, I was like, damn, I love him.
I was scared. So scared.
No problem, Jimmy Neutron. But yeah, no, like being like having trolls remorse over like 2009 to like 2015 4chan is like,
I should have.
And every single person that like flagellates about that falls within those bounds.
They tied me up and I was
Don't listen to them. It's literally a nothing era. It's like
outside.
that is the era where like the worst thing 4chan did was invent bronies.
I don't know.
Like it's like, come on now.
He asked me if I had the.
You know what I fucking hated from that era too, when people were writing essays like that?
Aunt Yumi gave it.
When people were like, well, my book's finally finished. I'm gonna need therapy from going on the scariest site on the dark web, 4chan. But here's my book. It's called The Evil Trolls from Hell. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
You go on 4chan now, like, even like... Well, the funny thing about 4chan, Rocky has been, like, talking about this. 4chan, like, the,
Listen.
what's the word? The Global South has accessed 4chan. actually. They're going on 4chan for the first time now.
That makes sense. That makes a ton of sense.
And if you go on 4chan, it's very clearly ESL now. Okay. So they're getting they're getting their generation of 4chan nerds. Like Venezuelan kids are getting their first licks of being like a 4chan nerd for the first time. Like people from like areas that are finally getting high-speed internet are like getting their first licks of like posting on int or like TV.
Was trying to get it, huh?
No.
Oh, by the way, we discovered that Date-san is voiced by Sam from Sam and Max.
10 billion.
Really?
Yeah, listen to it now. You will.
Let me see that.
It's him. It's him.
Oh my god.
It's the same voice actor.
No, don't.
Just kidding.
It like really works though, you know?
It's very much so him though. Like so much so it's
really
him.
Dark, but the man told me to tell Mr.
It
Kazuma
really works.
about the pendant.
It's great.
He said my name?
Yeah.
I wonder who the hell it is.
I have no idea. One thing's for sure. We seem
It's
to
a
be at the
great
center
it's a great bad dub,
of
I
this
think.
shitstorm that's been kicked up recently.
I think
It can never happen.
I don't know. There are a lot of like diamonds in the bad. Nothing is better than a bad dub where there are a lot of like good or interesting performances.
Oh yeah. I like
bad dub.
There's two kinds of good bad dubs. Things like this, I consider this to be a good bad dub because it's interesting in the choices they make. Because you have Jimmy Neutron voicing Haruka. No one talks about that. And you also no one talks about Sam from Sam and Max, also here.
I think Date's English actor, that's actually one of the good. Like that's one of great casting choice.
Mark Hamill as Majima, one of the good.
Awesome. Who the fuck is voicing Kiryu, by the way?
I don't know. Also, having Bender voice random people, very good. Dude, I feel like there's more good than bad in this. I feel like we're about to like do like a complete reappraisal. I feel like I'm about to make a YouTube video essay why you're wrong about the Yakuza dub.
Well, I mean, it's like, okay, who's actually sucking it up in there? Kiryu, obviously. They kill this arrogant motherfucker.
Kill this arrogant motherfucker.
Yeah, Jingu's English voice actor is not very good at all.
They wasted the good performances on secondary characters.
Yeah. What? Nishiki is like, it's weird.
We'll
because,
hear
like,
more of him again. We'll hear more of him later. We're going to beat this game together eventually. I hope you know that.
We have to.
After this,
we
I
have
to
to get to 10 years in prison, made you a pussy. We have to get to the image that our Chud is saying.
We have to.
I don't care if it takes us till the second Biden presidency. We're going to beat this.
Do you think he's going to live to it?
Yeah.
All right, which are we going to get? All right.
I meant actually Biden.
It's not going to be President JD Vance because even like people at my workplace are like fed up with this presidency already. So we're not going to get the Vance years. So it's going to be either President Newsom or it's going to be President Buttigieg.
God, that is so fucking grim.
It's not going to be Kamala. Kamala's going to lose again. It's not going to be her.
Oh, Kamala has like primary because she is like leading in polls in primaries. Not that it really matters necessarily, but have you ever seen someone like more suited to be the Democratic Jeb than Kamala?
She's going to Jeb it the fuck up.
Oh my god, it's good. Like, you're gonna see the most AstroTurk shit ever. You're gonna see like Ella Emhoff on Stranger Things. And then Kamala's gonna get like 3 votes in New Hampshire.
She's going to be a guest star on the newest Stranger Thing episode, and they like the newest Stranger Thing season, and the season is gonna have like the child actors like they aren't going to cast that write them to be any older than like 15.
Yeah.
So they're going to look really fucked up looking. pretending to be children, and it's gonna be like, look, it's President Harris.
yeah.
You're going to see like the kid that's that like always wears a hat with the curly hair, and he's just gonna be like, Kamala, help us! You need to help us kill the plant monsters.
You're Astro, the worse than Hillary in Broad City, worse than Stacey Abrams in Star Trek. Oh my god, your Miles Morales is gonna meet Doug Emhoff in the next fucking terrible Spider-Man game. The one that's gonna be even worse than 2.
Who do you think is gonna be the person that they're gonna screw over like Bernie? Do you think it's gonna be AOC, or do you think there's another guy?
Oh, I don't even think AOC has it in her to run. I mean, she won't even run to be the chair of the fucking oversight committee.
Because I always hear people float her name around, and I'm not as like keyed into this stuff. We'd have to get Josh Edmonds on here to like talk about.
It really does not roll off the tongue. That is the only.
Yeah, no.
I can't say it out loud. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I don't know.
I'll ask him. I'll bring him on. I want to play the political. I did for like the political machine. There was this one game that like people would like play. They used to be able to predict like stuff. In that stream, I did some crazy shit. I managed to get Chris Christie elected. I managed to beat Kamala Harris in an election with Chris Christie. With like Kamala as the Democratic nominee and Chris Christie as the Republican nominee. I beat her.
You know what would be a good stream for like me and Josh on here? Would be a nuclear option.
Would you like to? I'll ask him.
I think we should do that sometime. I think that would be very fun.
Nuclear option. We could also tab in Shadow President, the DOS game, where you're.
No, that was the one I was thinking of. I was thinking about Shadow President.
Would you like to? I would love to.
Yeah.
Chat.
Yeah,
would you like that? Me, Felix, and Josh Edmonds. Heir to the donut forum.
the donut political analyst.
The donut king.
Yeah, not a lot of people know about Edmund's political analysis business, but he's also the heir to that.
Josh Edmonds?
But Josh Edmonds. Yeah, I think I stupidly called Shadow President Nuclear Option, which is the name of a combat flight sim arcade game that I play.
I think Rocky once streamed Shadow President, and all Rocky did immediately was nuke Israel.
I remember this. I remember this.
Quit the game.
Yeah. Yeah, Shadow President would be an incredibly fun stream.
What should we actually like try to scheme and like beat the game, or should we just do stupid stuff?
Isn't it like not impossible, but like very hard to beat the game?
I mean,
I know what we're gonna do.
It would be fun to like. Thank you, Admiral Utah. It would be very fun to like put our like minds together to try to figure out the game's calculus.
Well, I have been spending a lot of time like researching 1990s military
There's a bunch
technology and
of I remember
politics things.
Sherma playing like an election game that was insane. That like he like just like went through his like unusual bumbling like self, like just like doing like that stuff, but it seemed like very in depth for what it was. Like there's a lot of crazy DOS games that are political.
Yeah, no, there's some really interesting ones that are like not as they don't have as like cool or distinctive as an art style as Shadow President, but they're like, yeah, they have a lot of moving parts in their simulation.
I feel like the dynamic of me, you, and Josh, with like me being the wild card, like that knows nothing about politics, is just you'll have me as like the reactionary guy, just being like, no way, man. I feel like Kosovo is like fucking talking shit about us.
Well, we would be doing the Trump administration. Like me and Josh are like Steve Mnuchin, and you're Trump.
Yeah, no, maybe the final say. You guys are like, sir, you should not.
Oh my god!
You should not do that.
That's the stream. That is the stream.
Like two people that actually know political maneuvering, and it's just me, just being like, no, I don't fucking know about this. Like sometimes I'll listen to you, but I'll find a way to make it seem like it's my idea for ego reasons.
That is the stream. Yes.
All right. All right, we'll figure this out. Coming soon in the coming months, me, Felix, and Josh Edmonds, and I'm going to call him that the entire stream, and I feel like he'll appreciate that.
Well, I've said edgementum correctly on the show.
I am going to call him Edmonds. It's because I like their coffee cakes.
Oh, you know,
it puts a good like in my mind. You could tell him this personally. Like I call him Edmonds not out of like disrespect, but because like it puts a good thing because I love their coffee cakes. So it's like a good mind palace thing. It's like, okay, I'm associating you with a food I like.
Well, Edmonds they will bail you out because it's like if you're staying in a weird city or like
they're in a gas station every time.
Right,
they'll have the coffee cake discs. The coffee cake discs.
You can guarantee like an above average breakfast treat every day for yourself. I've been in that situation many times where I'm in like Houston, Texas, or some fucked up place like that.
You know what's
where there's barely running water.
You know what's an insane like roulette thing that sometimes it hits for me, sometimes feels like I just gave myself food poisoning. How long have you been? The Big Asburgers.
Pretty girl.
What the fuck are those?
They're gas station hamburgers you can warm up.
No, I never go. That is like. No, I've never done that.
Yeah, well, when I used to work, when I used to work construction type adjacent stuff, I would go with that. I would go with that some days.
That makes sense. I just like I'm so afraid of food like that. Like when I eat a gas station meal,
Buffalo chicken rollers are the goat, though.
It depends on the gas station, though.
I have a good 7-Eleven that's got good buffalo chicken rollers, so I could rely on them.
I've seen some like gas stations in the South and Pennsylvania that
Well, if you're in Pennsylvania, you go to Wawa.
Well, not even like I'm not even talking about like Sheetz. I'm talking about like there's some that have like
I have a Pennsylvania story for you.
That have like full service like actual fried chicken. I don't know if it's like if there's some Amish connection because the Amish make infamously competent fried chicken, but you'll have some good gas station meals if you see enough places in America.
Wawa is always consistent because you can get a good Sammy there. It's good. Like Wawa is a very interesting thing because like you know how like California has their In-N-Out burgers and whatnot, like as their regional stuff. We have a weird like. It's not even New York Metro, because New York doesn't have Wawa. It's like Philly Metro, where it's like you have Wawa. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's interesting to me.
Yeah, you'll get it. You'll get it like anywhere that's within an hour of Philly, like Atlantic City too.
There was this. I stayed in the scariest place of all time. I stayed in a Red Roof Inn nearby Sesame Place that was just outside Trenton, and I get into my the lights on the place said like Red Oof Inn. The second R was out. I go to check in because I'm staying there like overnight because I'm trying to get to the Jersey Shore last year, and immediately it's like a full chain bulletproof glass place. I pull in towards the back, and I see permanent residents there, like, already. I see people with deck chairs smoking outside of the rooms. I'm like, oh, God. And, like, I go up into my room, and there's immediately a wet puddle on the floor. I step on the carpet, and it's already wet. And my remote has, like, tape over the front of it. And the first thing in my mind that I say to myself is, like, oh, this is a hotel where pedophiles go to kill themselves.
Oh my God! We stayed in a hotel like that right outside of Pittsburgh when we were doing a show there.
They're always in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Will had a stain like that in his room, and we're pretty sure it was blood. We showed the pictures to Michael because Michael knows where everything is and connect, like he'll tell you like if a crime happened there, like some crazy thing no one else would find. And he said, "Oh, those are the types of hotels that pedophiles go to use the internet on."
Yeah, no, that's it.
That's it, man.
Yeah, no, that tracks.
Oh God, yeah.
It's crazy.
I think the most disgusting hotels in America are in Pennsylvania. You're right.
This was by the Sesame Place, so I'd like see like families, like there'd be like people that are like just like, Lord knows where their life led to them to like do that, like live there, but also like ESL families going on like a Sesame Street vacation there, using like just like going to stay there, and I'm like, man, I feel so bad for you guys. You guys should not be here. This is like unwelcome grounds. This is like. I hope you get safe passage through the night.
I always think that when I see people like talking about like Obama phones and shit. It's like, man, just go on that vacation. Like, what if that was your life? That is your vacation.
To go to Sesame Place?
Yeah, like and staying in that motel with your family.
Like, man, I hope that whatever job you works promotes you soon, so that you can provide your family of some place like Disney World, because Sesame Place is like just outside of Trenton, and that's the murder capital of New Jersey. Like Sesame Place, I heard that Sesame Place has a problem with like parents causing fights. Which is a very funny thing. Did you ever hear about how like Chuck E. Cheese is a problem with parents causing fights? And then you learn why that happens. And it's because they just started serving alcohol there.
Yeah.
I don't remember this character.
What the fuck?
Shit!
Very casual, Kiryu.
Very great. What the fuck?
You alone?
What the fuck?
Wait.
They give Kiryu kind of like, he's like male V in Cyberpunk. He has like the Californian accent.
And you're not gonna stop me.
Okay. He's being attacked by me. This is just gonna be an easy fight. Fuck this. You're no Gary Buster Holmes, bro.
Yeah, doing this after like the most insane arena fights is sort of anticlimactic.
It's insane.
Shit! Please, just let me go. Got it.
You know what my brother got my dad recently? That's like an insanely good thing for like a home base. We got a flat top grill for outdoors.
So you're not.
And I just been making steaks on there. Oh yeah, it's so awesome.
No. Tell me, what are you up to?
We're on the run, man.
Soon I'm gonna play Cyberpunk 2077 on my lonesome.
What happened here?
So like
Kyoka asked me to run away with her.
I did not like get that game until I realized that like cyberware. I thought cyberware was like crafting in Elden Ring, where it's like you don't really have to do it. But no, that's the entire thing that makes the game fun. That it lets you like do bullet time and shit, and that totally changed my understanding and enjoyment of the game.
If you're gonna try to leave the fucking gang, you gotta come talk to me face to fucking face.
I like their walk.
I thought I'd send you a text message for now, then later I'd...
Bullshit! You were trying to
Naomi says, Sesame Place is like a real-life subspace emissary level. I don't know if you played Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Felix, as a kid. But
no, I was never into those games.
I don't get it.
I did feel the urge to hit some balls today. Suppose yours will have to do.
Really smooth,
What did you say?
Huh?
Go.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck. It's too late to apologize.
Hey, remember, you owe me one.
B King. Alright, time to beat up J-Rock. Oh, man. You know what I've been rewatching? Like, I think like season 3 of Trailer Park Boys. Sometimes the seasons blend in. It's the season where Sam Losco runs for
No, yeah, that's season 3.
Yeah.
The Steve Roscoe storyline is so good.
You kidding me? I just caught the bottle kids, and this is proof of what's gonna happen when you elect me trailer park supervisor. I like the subplot where they finally catch Leahy and Randy in the act. He's like, "What the hell? Why are you dressed like a bumblebee? And why are you dressed as Indianapolis Jones?"
I love how my favorite thing they do with Randy and Leahy is like every weird sex thing is like totally implied. Like they never explain like what weird roleplay thing they're doing.
And they're rehearsing
just always
for a
stuff
play.
like that. Yeah. But it's like it's not even like, oh, they're doing like leather fetish. It's like something you've never heard of that doesn't have a name.
Like, they invent weird sex stuff. It's so... I really wish they never did the Netflix seasons, because, like, it feels so weird to, like, think about, like, having a tarnished reputation like that.
I get it, though, because it's like... I get why they did it. I'm not defending it, but it is, like... It would suck to make something that popular that, like, everyone quotes. It's, like super foundational, inspired a billion different things, and you made, like... $70,000 on it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, they have to. I completely get that angle. But on the other hand,
it is depressing as a viewer, absolutely.
It's not so
totally
much depressing, it's so much as, like, disappointing. Because, like, they didn't stick the landing, and they didn't keep their fastball changeup. It's like watching...
I mean, how can you? You know? Like, with that much time... I think that there is a version of that show that goes on where it's like perfect continuity, right? Like it went on as it kept going, and you know, however many episodes they did on Netflix, they did that in whatever original run, and I could see it still being really good. Maybe not as good as the first like 4 seasons, but you know what is. But yeah, it's just.
I have a take on that. I call it Ren and Stimpy syndrome, where they finally have no network censors or anything, and they're allowed to go hog wild, and they have too much candy for breakfast.
Yeah.
And they do too much.
Hey, leave Takashi alone.
Limitation isn't always like the best thing for writing comedy, but like
sometimes it is.
I don't know. Sometimes it is, or sometimes it isn't even just the limitation itself. It's the fact that like you had to take something out, you had to totally redo something because you weren't allowed to, or
but like that makes it all the sweeter when you sneak something in.
What a pain.
Not even that. You had to take something out because it hinged on like something that you had, something else you had to take out. And it makes you end up like pulling something out, going in a totally different direction with something that you would have never even attempted before.
That's a good way of putting it. I never thought of that.
Yeah, because you instead of having like an embarrassment of choices, you're constantly trying to find out how to like ride up against the edge when you need to, without pushing it over.
Squeeze in one last story beat before we head out.
All right.
Let's see where this goes. But yes, as you were saying, who knows how long?
No, I mean, I just think that is like generally, and you know, I don't think it's universally true for all types of comedy production, but I don't know. To use an example from like your life. What conversations that you had in your life? What conversations that you had in your life do you think you like laughed the hardest during? It's always it's always something where it's like there was some type of constraint, right?
Oh,
like
in class.
you were in class, or you were with like your family, and there was some reason or some reason that like you shouldn't be doing this, or you shouldn't be heard, or like some person you were talking about. There was some extraneous constraint, and part of it is just like, yeah, that constraint will make everything funnier.
But there is something about like brushing up against an edge and sort of like tapping your foot over it and running back that I think it doesn't make things funnier in and of themselves, but I think it does. It can make you think in more oblique directions a lot of the time.
Oh yeah, no, it makes you like, it's like warming up in the bullpen. Like it just
yeah.
Like, it makes you pull something that you like otherwise wouldn't have pulled because you wouldn't able to be like, oh, I could lean on old reliable. But suddenly old reliable, you can't do that. It's like, oh well, I maybe I should invent a new pitch or something. It's
you know the thing that like comedians hate, where people are like, oh, say something funny. And one of the reasons I'm glad I never did stand up, also because it seems fucking horrible, but because it's like, okay, imagine if somebody like at gunpoint or for $1 million or whatever, someone just says be funny, and then it's like, well, okay, about what?
It's artists also have that thing where it's like, okay, draw me. It's like, what?
Right. Draw you doing what? Draw you why? And it's like, okay, there's a billion things that are incredibly funny where the writers didn't have any constraints. But I think when you're used to constraints and then you don't have them, I mean, there's counterfactuals to this. There are people who have also worked with tons of constraints and then been totally free, and the thing they did was incredible. But I think that's the pitfall they go into. It's like when you're driving. You don't want to just drive off the cliff. You want to, scratch up against the guardrails on the highway to wake yourself up. And then you can go back to sleep during a straight stretch of road. For all the truckers out there.
For all the truckers out there, for all you leftist truckers, ethical leftist truckers.
Who like taking a nap during your
truckers that have good politics but bad occupational practices.
Remember Joshua for Congress?
What was that?
Remember Joshua for Congress?
Yes! The leftist trucker.
I love him.
Didn't he buy a gaming keyboard? He was bounced from the left in like 2020. He was an early one. He was an early guy that got gone.
I felt so awful about that. There are two things where like I made a joke about something and the person is not even confronted me, just been like, hey, and I felt bad about it. One was I made a joke about how cool it is that he's buying all this like stuff that Counter-Strike players buy, and he was like, I have a list of receipts of everything I bought in my campaign, and I was like, oh man, I feel bad about this because it came out that apparently like his wife or someone's wife bought the keyboard and not Joshua for Congress. The other time this happened to me, do you know that guy on TikTok who looks kind of like, he looks sort of like if Jeffrey Epstein was like in his 30s?
No, you're dropping some new knowledge on me, man.
Oh man, there is a guy who looks like a less evil Jeffrey Epstein, but he has the Epstein look. It's really unfortunate for him.
What you mean. It is the look that people have.
Yeah, he has like white hair, but he has more of an e-boy look. And I just, I think he's like a funny person when I saw him. I didn't really know who he was. But he posted some video where he's like, I'm from New York City, dead ass, I just thought it was funny and I posted it on my story. And he like, within 10 minutes, he like DM'd me and he was like, dog, could you take it down? I have like anxiety when people do this. And it was like, oh man, I've said so much like horrible shit about people, and no one's ever done like this one. That actually made me feel bad because I didn't even say anything about this guy. I didn't. There was no caption.
Joshua for Congress was like funny. People did so much worse than him in the coming years.
Yeah, I literally think what happened.
Not quite yet.
I feel like
no
Will
joke.
I feel like Will Stansel's worse.
Will Stancil is like, I don't get the thing with Will Stansel. I gotta be honest. Like, isn't he just some fucking guy? Like, I don't know. There's like a billion posts about him. I don't get how people are like get so mad or
I hear so much about him.
Defensive.
I figure he's bad. I figure he's bad because of how people post about him.
I'm sure he's like. I'm sure he has some like opinion or some shit where, if I saw it, I would be like, I was wrong. Let's exile him. But I don't know. I just don't think he's...
I haven't seen the tape on him.
Right. I just don't think he's someone who should generate 10,000 posts about him one way or the other.
It's funny that Groypers are just insanely or Baptist Bronze Age pervert level Groypers. They're the same difference. Both
right.
15-year-olds. But they are so intent on thinking he's the ultimate antagonist, and they're reporting him to Trump people. It's like, hey, you missed one. This guy is an insane Antifa guy, and he's threatening Trump voters. It's so funny to me.
It's so weird because it's like, you guys won the presidency. It's like if Bernie won and we were like, oh, our greatest enemy is Mead Skelton.
Our greatest enemy is Beardson Beardley. Our greatest enemy is Nicholas J. Fuentes. And Cantbot. Our greatest enemy is Cantbot. Who had a kid and he dropped this whole dude, he had him and Logo Daedalus had kids and they dropped this whole fucking dissident right thing. They dropped it. These two people became dads. They're like, man, there's more to life to this crap.
Oh, that's good for them.
Absolutely.
I have
a personal
rare success stories.
I have a personal
in that corner of the world.
Oh, absolutely. I have a personal omerta on talking shit about either of those people because they they both don't do the weird dissident right stuff anymore ever since they became dads.
Damn it.
No, good for them.
Absolutely. Yeah. One of the few people I can think of that got out.
Leave the money.
You heard it here first.
All right.
No.
Again, what did we say near the start of the stream? It's like when someone actually gets out,
you think you could just get up and run
you just gotta wish him luck.
Daughter?
It's like, man,
no one ever does that.
Here's your briefcase of Patreon/Hatreon/Gumroad money. Get the stepping.
I think, oh man, I think, you know how if I was president, one of my things would be that I want to bring back the mafia. Well, we won't need the witness protection program anymore. We're instead going to have a program that pays people to get off of marginal internet entertainment careers.
Could you imagine being that version of witness protection program for Howling Mutant?
Because my dad's
Getting him to do a clean disembark. It's okay. So here's what we're gonna do for you. We're going to scrub you of all your posts where you want to fuck 15-year-olds. We're gonna get you a nice construction company job, and your new name is Homer Thompson.
But I'm gonna work.
I would do it forever. I would love that.
I would do that. I would do that for any of them.
I would do that for the anarchist that posted the video of her doing fentanyl on Twitter. Yeah. I would do that. I would do it for anyone. Anyone. I think. No, it is.
I would give these guys their get out of jail free cards. For the human spirit, get these guys off of Twitter, get them their fucking peaceful sunset. Sure. It's probably all they ever want.
Huh?
No, I literally
criminal.
Why? What causes someone to, be in their late 30s or 40s and it just
Born a criminal.
They're like, oh, well, I guess I'm drama farming again.
It's because they think that's the only thing they can ever do.
Right, they don't think they
can
get out. They don't think they can get out. And, you do that stuff enough, well, eventually, you're right. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You have made an eternal prison for yourself. But before that point, there is always a way.
Around age 35.
Yeah.
Looks like the boss was a
expecting
We'll get them out. We'll get them out. We'll rescue them. Treating Howling Mutant like he's a rescue cat. But like giving him a construction job.
I can't even see what's going on.
Oh man.
Sorry about that.
Who would be like
Like the Yakuza.
the Sammy Gravano
You don't
of like guys in the internet? What would we even call this program?
Posters protection, but we call it POAST.
We would call it end of stream.
End of stream?
Yeah. Yeah, like, because that's it, you know? It's like stream's over. I guess most of them don't stream, but I just think it worked. I think like some
I'm gonna roll up to Drew Pavlo. It's like, all right, I'm gonna be like code switching the entire time poorly in like an Australian New Zealand accent. I'm like, all right, you're gonna become a tradie now. I bought you a ute. Bought you a ute.
I feel it.
Gonna become a tradie. Here's your 6 sonnies.
Pablo would be like, it would be like in The Sopranos when Big Pussy like thinks he's gonna be an FBI agent after.
The funny thing about Pablo,
no, Drew, we're taking away your equipment.
The funny thing about Pablo is that like I don't know anything about his like lore that's like more embarrassing about his personal life or X, Y, and Z. But he's someone that like people forget and people don't notice that he does have a fastball changeup, and that he has like a sense of humor about him, and people constantly will misinterpret like times he's like being facetious as real. And
oh my god, yeah.
And it leads to them stepping on a rake. And I'm like, guys, he's not as stupid as your usual guy.
I saw like a guy who, I won't say who it is, but
don't, because it's gonna be someone we respect. It's people.
No. This one. I guarantee that you don't know who he is.
Yeah,
I'll put it that way.
Yeah,
but I just don't want to anyway. But Pavlo posted that him and Malcolm X side by side, and that's clearly like
facetious.
He does not think that he's Malcolm X. I think he's, I don't have a lot of kind things to say about him. I don't think that he thinks that he's Malcolm X.
No, he doesn't. He's like a guy of bad politics, but he's got like a similar fastball changeup to guys in our like area.
And he's just able to, tell a bullshit have a bullshit joke like that anyone would do.
Yeah.
And I saw someone like quote tweet it like, oh, wow. And it's like, no, you should not have a driver's license if you don't think that's facetious. Like, do you really fucking
think
after all this time, people spend all this time on there, and they cannot, for the life of them, tell when something is fake, when something is facetious, any of it. Everything is just dead serious, and it is just sitting in the aether, waiting for them to find it and quote tweet it.
You were like an American soldier in Vietnam stepping on like a punji pit on purpose at that point. It is.
He probably didn't even post that to like engagement farm because it's so ridiculous.
It was just being goofy.
Yeah. Like even your greatest enemy can be goofy, or like a guy you hate, or whatever.
A guy of bad politics can still be goofy.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you can't be falling for that.
I see so much of that.
Yeah,
and then I see people who like, I don't even think they're falling for it. I think that they're not even reading anything. They just like the art of engagement so much that they do not give a shit. And they just see the name and they vaguely see a picture and they're like, let's show it.
Yeah.
Fucking post it.
It's like they see like free batting practice, but it's not free batting practice. It's not that simple. Like the free batting practice is gonna be like that guy I quote tweeted. Let me see here. I had one that I particularly liked. And it's definitely not the best that someone could riff on this with. So someone was like posting a picture of like that There's a picture of some movie with that one guy that was like the king of Jerusalem with like the mask that had leprosy. Are you familiar?
Oh,
with that?
yeah.
Yeah, he posted
played by
pictures from that
Orlando
movie.
Bloom in Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah. So he posted a picture, screens in those movies that says, "My zeal of the Catholic Church is so strong. If Pope Leo the XIV called a new crusade, I'd be the first one signing up." And to that I said, this is exactly what happens when they discontinue the Camaro and people aren't incentivized to get an army bonus anymore. just simple stuff like that. That's batting practice. Drew Pavlo being silly, that's not batting practice. You could lay off those balls out of the zone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I think there is such a human centipede culture of just shit going in and shit going out. And there's just, no one knows why they're doing it. It isn't 2016 anymore where you can at least, delude yourself into thinking that there's some, media career out there for this type of garbage. They just, I don't know. It is the same reason that, a guy unknowingly takes off his shoes when he gets on his, takes his seat in the plane. He doesn't know why he's doing it. As a gross guy, he's just like, oh, this is what I do. Similarly, the hack will see one of the bad guys and just see any post they make. And they'll think, there's a picture in here I recognize. Better just get the quote up and I can think of something later.
Well, I think it's a good place to park it. I saved. I got everything going. We have a good idea for our next stream. Me, you, and Josh are Shadow President. I'm thinking about that.
That is going to be very fun.
All right, I'll talk to Josh about that.
Sounds good.
Okay. So, Felix, you plugged all your new merch and whatnot.
I did.
One last plug for all the people that cycled back in.
Chapotraphouse.store is the only T-shirt commemorating the USS Liberty. Some call it a prank. Some call it a mistake. Others call it a disaster. I call it a social experiment. Whatever happened there, you could get a shirt to commemorate it.
Whatever happened there? Joey Peeps.
Whatever happened there. Whatever happened? His fucking animal of an Air Force killed my ship, USS Liberty, was a fucking kid. It was 63.
Whatever happened there? USS Liberty? Whatever happened there?
This motherfucker killed my spy ship.
Anyway, chapotraphouse.store. Get your USS Liberty merch now before you get reverse polarized by just like the rest of YouTube because you hate the top SJW Hassan Piker.
Yeah.
Before you pretend you never made those jokes while you're on your anti-woke shit.
Yeah, this is the only positive depolarization.
Yeah, we're getting right back there. We're getting right back there. Oh man. Anyway, I'm gonna get this raid going to Frank Howley, Mega 64 alumnus. Be sure to show him some love if you were here from Felix. This is a Mega 64 alumni. If you like no-clip gaming documentaries, which he records the gameplay for, he worked in the Half-Life documentary. Be sure to give him a follow. I'm gonna send you there right now. Felix, it was lovely to have you.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to revisit this playthrough and for Shadow President.
Okay, we got some great stuff on the pipeline for you guys. Anyway, sending you to Frank. See ya. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bingo. Be nice to Frank. Tell him. Shouts out to No Clips. See ya.